Last scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, You're doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our life's dream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, sass and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar coated blues. Something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life dream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life's dream dreams, we're the wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life's dream star. Keep rocking your show no matter where you are.
Hey, 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 happy Tuesday. It is 12:03 p.m. on the East Coast on February 25th, 2025. I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truth, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Today's topic is Gen X, the feral generation. Y'all, I'm struggling today. Already I'm struggling. Alrighty. It's been kind of a high pain a couple days for my arms, for my shoulder mainly. So typing was out of the question. So was writing. So no scripts. That's why I picked this one, because I could talk about Gen X without any kind of script at all. Endlessly, I could talk about it because I'm very Gen X. How is everybody out there? It is 45 degrees here, which is for us kind of hot. It's kind of hot. And guess what? It's not snowing, but it's supposed to rain. So, meh, whatever. When you're on a mountain, precipitation happens. You know, other places, shit happens. Here, precipitation happens. It's okay. Or as my vice principal and friend Charles used to say, there is precipitation unceremoniously descending from the atmosphere. I was like, he couldn't just freaking say it's raining. Like, and he would say that stuff over the PA, and the kids would just look at us like, what did he say? Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Bartlett thinks he's smart, so he's using his big words, but yeah. Off to a great start. He's one of the people that I used to argue with about Gen X because he was born in 81. And he's like, Shell, I'm Gen X. No, not. No, not. I was like, you're not one of us. Like, because he just wasn't. He's like, yes, I am. No, you can't be with the cool kids. Sorry. Like, I mean, I know you wanna, but you just missed it. Like, maybe your mom should have, like put out a little earlier. I'm just saying. Just saying. But he was always like, oh, us Gen Xers, and we'd all stop and be like, no. We cut that shit off right away. Like, nope. You don't get to be part of that group. You don't, nope. You don't get our label. You don't think you're so cool. Yeah, no, we know. Okay, we know. We know, Charles. That's why I used to call him Chaz, because he literally like reminded me of Chaz from Weird Science. Like, and he hated it, and he knew why too. hate that freaking name. Oh, well. Mm. I don't call you name, no, but you make me come to work, which is just as deplorable. But yeah, I've been seeing like tons and tons and tons of Gen X stuff. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I'll just talk about that because there's so much to talk about, y'all. It was literally the best of times and the worst of times. But it created some phenomenal freaking people. Before we get into that, I just want to look in my chat, see who's here. We got Wolfram, of course, dropping links like it's hot. And we got Suzanne. Good morning, T3. Good morning, Susie. How's my favorite Kanuki? We got Heidi. Heidi, whose birthday it was yesterday. So if you could wish Heidi a happy birthday. I sang to her yesterday, and it was Shenny's birthday on Sunday, and it was Cap's birthday on Sunday as well. So there's a whole bunch of people that I have to go, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my friends. Happy birthday to you. Mwah. Whereas we used to sing happy birthday to you. You belong in a zoo with the elephants and the monkeys. And you smell like one too. Yeah, because that's what Gen X does. We crack on each other. A lot of people out there going, crack. What do you mean? You do crack? No, we crack on each other. You diss each other. You tease each other. That's what you do. If you didn't, let me tell you something. There's t-shirts and cups and hats out there that all have this slogan on it that are, it's so me. If I haven't teased you or insulted you, we're not really friends. We're not. Like, you got to be able to take a hit. Like, and I got to be able to take it back. But I mean, we never walked up to our friends. We're like, oh my God, hi, beautiful. Like, stuff like that. We never did that. Like, if they were like your friends, like the people that you grew up with, that you woke up and be like, hey, fuckface, what's up? Yeah. Hey, ugly. Hey, nose, what's up? Like that, you just made whatever nickname aggravated the person the most. That's the one you used. In high school, they called me Bubbles. I hated it. Hated it so much. Hated it. Connor's father still calls me Bubbles. My friend Sabrina's husband, Randy, still calls me Bubbles. And it's like, ah! So, all right. So I call him Peaches. I have my friend David, that everybody calls him David because he's so grown up and he's got the job and he's got 5 kids and, he's David now. He's 6 feet tall. He's a man. He sees me and I'm like, hey, Spanky, what's up? Because he's always going to be Spanky to me. Always going to be Spanky. We had a guy, John, who, rest in peace, God, rest in peace. He lived downstairs from me in Church Towers when I lived in Hoboken. And he lived on the 2nd floor. He had the best apartment. It wasn't what was in the apartment. It was the placement. His bedroom windows were right above the back door entrance to the building. You could only get in the building one of 2 ways, either through the big front doors or the big back doors. Most people did the back doors because it faced where the main traffic was. So we just used the key to get in. So he knew every single person. He was the perfect flower pot. He would run home from high school just to jump into his, like window spot in his room so that he could, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Out the window. And it was convenient for us too, because in the back was where like the swings were and like like the hobby horse and like the benches where we all used to hang out. And it was like the little playground area, but there were no little kids. It was just all of us teenagers. And if it got hot or whatever, he never left the house. Like, I mean, he would occasionally, but most of the time he just hung out his window. And it was legit right above the door. And we'd be hanging out and he'd be having part of the conversation. One of us would be like, man, I'm thirsty. Dude, throw me a soda. He'd go in his kitchen, get a soda, throw him out the window. So we never had to go home, which was good because most of us weren't allowed to go home at that point anyway. But he always was out that window. But the funny part was, like, he hit on everything with 2 legs. And it was just like, and yeah, you can include me in that because, good God. But he would hang out the window, but he didn't have a whole lot of luck because one of the first girls to date him gave him a nickname. I didn't know his name was John until he passed away. And I saw the funeral announcement because all his life I called him by his nickname, which he detested, Peanut. And when I was like 14, I thought we called him Peanut because he was short. Nope. Nope. No. No. And it was sad. I came home from high school one day, and it'd been like a whole week. He was hanging out the window, and it could be like 0 degrees outside. He didn't give a fuck. He was like, hey, 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 what you doing? Where you going? You going upstairs? You want company? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that was every day, every day. Hey, Mitch, 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 which I fucking hated. And it was just like, hey, Peanut, hey, Peanut, don't call me that. Okay, bye, Peanut. Have a good day, Peanut. I would say it extra just to piss him off because that's what we did. I mean, you weren't gentle with people. You just weren't. We were extra offensive, especially if we knew it bothered you. God help you if you showed any kind of weakness. It was like, "Oh, you don't like that name? See, now I have to buy you a keychain with that name on it, and I have to like tag it on shit, and yeah, I'm gonna write it on your notebooks and your textbooks. I'm gonna make sure everybody calls you that." Like, you just didn't do that. If somebody cracked on you, you were like, like that was it. Like you gave them back some weird kind of response, but you never let it bother you. And even if it did bother you, you never showed it because then that shit was yours permanently. You might as well put it on your gravestone because it wasn't leaving anytime soon. But yeah, he hated that name. But he would be hanging out his window. Hey, what's up? Where you going? How was school? It was good? You look good today. That new dress? No. Like, no. You just had to shut him down. No. It's not gonna happen, dude. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Move on. Hit Bayonne or something or Jersey City because we all know you. Nope. 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 Yeah, it was funny when there was actually a girl from out of town that dated him for like 2 years. She was like the mythical creature, Minos or whatever, like the Minotaur, because we all thought she existed. There were stories about her, but nobody ever met her. It was like that, like awkward, ugly dude that would come to school and you were like, man, don't you? They'd be like, oh, I got a girlfriend. She's from Nebraska. Like, it really? Like, they always had girlfriends from out of town that nobody would ever fucking know. And I'm like, you liar. You liar. But some of them you felt bad for, and you were just like, you know what? Let them have the lie. Prom is going to be interesting. Uh, I totally squirreled. And guess what? With the Gen X title, it's going to happen a lot because so many memories to choose from. Uh, Heidi said, tech and multitasking apparently hates me today. Aw, honey, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're here. There's my Wolfram. There's my Wolfram. Where the hell is that? He wipes his paws, lopes in, and he does what he does. How. Let's see. Heidi up in here. Yes. I tried to do a whole theme. So anybody who's Gen X is going to get the theme of what's showing on the screen. You got the scroll bar. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. I used to do that at work. I just walk in on the Friday when they were like around 1 o'clock, and they'd be like at that lull where they're just like, I just had lunch. It's been a long week. I just want to freaking go home. Everybody be kind of down. And I'd walk into the office and you'd have all the secretaries and Marty, the principal, and the vice principal's office was right there because they didn't want to have him in the back. because Marty likes his privacy for when he flips out. Um, so I'd walk in and it'd be so quiet and like depressing and gray. And I'd just be like, y'all gonna make me lose my mind. And I'd do it loud and they'd all up in here, up in here. I used to do that shit all the time. They'd be like, why do you come in and wake us up with that shit? It's like, because it's Friday. Let's go. We got the bar in 2.5 hours. Let's go. Wake your asses up because I want to have some fun when we get out of here. Because we did every Friday. We all just were like, meet you at the Shepherd and the Knucklehead because that was the bar. That was literally right next to the school. And okay, couldn't wait for those kids to leave on Friday. And if you had like those parents that at dismissal insist on telling you everything that they should have put in an email, you just want to like lose your shit on them. You're just like, dude, you're standing between me, a big ass pretzel, and my beer. Like, you need to move because I have been dealing with your kid all week long. And now that you're talking to me and being inconvenient and rude in my face, I know where they get it from. That shit is taught at home. So you need to move or I'm going to hurt you. Like, oh, God. That's a pro tip for any parents out there. When you're at the dismissal or at drop off, time is of the essence for that teacher. Shut the fuck up and go home and put it in the email. And if it's some stuff that doesn't really matter and you're just being neurotic, keep it to yourself. The best part about writing an email to a teacher is you write it, then you proofread it, I hope, and you sit there and maybe rethink some of your decisions. Because is this something I really want to bother this teacher with at 3:30 in the morning on a Sunday? Like, is it that fucking dire? Is it? Or can I just, I don't know, wait and see? Like, that would be the way to go. If you can wait and see, do that. Do that. Because you're just going to piss the teacher off. And I know a lot of people have problems with teachers. I'm not talking about like these newfangled teachers. I'm talking about the old fashioned teachers. Bitches named like Mrs. Schultz and shit. Like, you don't have like, hi, I'm Candy. I'm your music teacher. Yeah, I'm sure you've blown quite a few flutes in your life. But no, like I cannot stress enough. I'm gonna do an entire show on education and the bullshit that we dealt with and the stuff to avoid, because there's a lot of things, parents, that are not the teacher's problem. That's above my pay grade. Like, you had that child, but you want me to raise it. Are you kidding? It takes a village. How come it takes a village when you need help, but when I need you to pitch in, it don't take a village? Then I'm on my fucking own, right? Every time. Every time. Oh, you need supplies? Boo-hoo. Board of Education told us that we're not supposed to buy you supplies. Yeah, because did they tell you they're not buying the supplies either? So I'm supposed to what? Just magically produce them with no money? Oh, I'm supposed to pay for them. Buffangul. Then you're going to bitch about my salary when a quarter of my salary goes back into the classroom. Okay. Mind you, I didn't make what the other teachers made. I made a substitute salary, which ain't shit. No insurance, no nothing. But yeah, I told you I'm going to squirrel a whole bunch today. And oh well. But it's going to be a fun stream. I'm going to be all over the place, tripping memories for you people like crazy. So we did up in here. Snipperoni. Hello. Good day to you. Good day to you. Wolfram's busy eating. Oh, what a nice little burp. See, people like, oh, my mother gets so offended when my kids burp. I'm like, but why? I'm like, they say, excuse me. She said, but they burp. They're in the house. Well, they can cover them. They do cover their mouth. I can't help it that you make really acidic food. Like, it's really gassy food for them. But yeah, I always used to tease, like, I mean, I'm not going to drop his name or point him out or call him out. But when somebody like burps or whatever on the phone, I'm like, sexy. Because it don't bother me. I don't get it. I know a lot of girls that were like, oh, No, I would never date him. You know, he burped in front of me. Okay. I mean, did he burp while he was like kissing you? Because I can see where you'd have a problem with that. And by the way, that used to be a thing. It used to be a thing. Some dudes, and I hate to admit this, they would purposely do that. If you were with them long enough, they would do that just to gross you out. That's another Gen X thing. What can I do to gross my girl out? It was just like, ugh. Like they'd come over and like crop dust you. Or, you know, you'd be kissing, all of a sudden they like just burp and then they'd laugh and you'd be like, oh, you did not. They're just like, sorry. Better out than in. Like, no, that's not where that comes from. Like, don't apply that shit here. I had, and whatever, because I can talk about whatever. Um, Tommy had this thing where if he was giving me a kiss or whatever, if I wasn't real into it or he thought I was distracted, I would feel him take a deep, deep breath, and I never had the reaction time that I wanted to have because I wanted to pull away, but no. He would literally like hold my head and then just blow air into my mouth. Like, you don't know what it is to kiss somebody, have them like forcefully blow air into your mouth. And he just, and then he'd laugh and I'd be fucking beating the hell out of him. But he used to do that shit all the time. He'd say, but why do you do that? Why? Why? Because it's funny to you. It's right. Well, isn't that what matters? Don't you want me to be happy? Shut up. Like, that's the other thing about Gen X. We don't really take a whole lot serious. I mean, we do, but not outwardly. Like it's serious in our heads, but with each other, not so much. Like you want to be able to, laugh and do whatever we can do that's going to be funny, we're going to do it. So you expect the unexpected. He said, I'm still blushing. Oh, honey. Good. I was called Sunshine and Ditz. Oh my goodness. They called you Sunshine and Ditz. Let's see. I had Mitch, Bubbles. Um, some of them used to call me Honor Society because, yeah, or Accelerated. Yeah. That was Billy's nickname for me in high school. And then he wondered why I wouldn't date him. He'd be like, hey, accelerated, because I was in the accelerated program to get college credits and stuff like that. And he was in special ed because he was stupid. Not because he had any learning disabilities, just because he was dumb as a box of hair. And so he was in one, and so he would always make fun of it. And I'd be like, okay, eat more glue. And he's just like, but that's how you responded to people. You didn't go, oh my God, I'm telling you, hurt my feelings. I need a safe space. I'm so fragile right now. We didn't do that. No, somebody fired you, you fired back. Like, and you could go for days. I mean, you could make like, we made it into a game. It was fun after a while. Like you bonded with people over how well you could insult them. Like that was just it. Like you could come up with something really, really hurtful, and they'd be like, that was a good one. Not gonna lie. That was a good one. That one got me. I'll get you back. I'll get you back. The funny people were the ones who could fire them off real quick, come back. But then, and I was one of those. But you had those people, like most of my friends, that would go away and come back like hours later, or just call you and just insult you and be like, you've been thinking about that the whole time. There's something wrong with you. Like, dude, go have a beer or like have a cigarette or get laid or something, because there's something wrong with you. Like, have you been to the doctor? Did your mother have you checked? That was a big thing. Whenever you call somebody crazy or stupid, be like, oh no, my mama had me checked. Like, no, they didn't. None of us went to shrinks. Unless you tried to off yourself. You didn't go to a shrink. You didn't go to a doctor. You went to a doctor when you were like born, because obviously they had to remove you. They checked you, sent your ass home. You went on whatever formula was on sale that week. And because half our parents didn't breastfeed. What are you kidding me? Like they weren't even home. Oh, look, I'm so happy I have this baby. Here, grandma. And here's the formula. Here's the diaper bag. Here's the carriage, and I gotta go. Oh, you want a crib? Sure. Our cribs were like all painted cribs, painted with lead paint, of course, because what else would they be painted with? I literally chewed my way through the entire top portion of my crib because they left me in there so long that I mean, I had teeth at some point and I was just bored. That's how I cut my teeth. That's how I got my bottom teeth when I was a baby. I cut my teeth on my crib, just gnawing on it because, unsupervised. If I wasn't screaming, she's fine, she's fine, she's fine. Oh, wait, I don't hear anything. Oh, no, I heard her turn over. She's fine. That was the extent of the supervision. There were no high definition friggin' cameras watching my crib. There wasn't even a baby monitor. They didn't even put a CB so a bitch could hit the button and be like, I need help. I need help. 10-4. Anybody out there? Like, I need help. Nothing. Like, you were on your own. These people with oh my God, I have a heart rate monitor on the baby and I have a breathing monitor. And it's like, really? You can't do this. You can't do that. My mother literally rolled me up in a blanket and shoved me in the foldable part of the seat, where when you sit in the passenger seat where your ass goes. All right. Like just that 90-degree angle. Just laid me there, shoved me in, put her purse in front of me, and drove off. You know how many times I wound up on the floor rolling under the damn seat in the goddamn car? And she'd be like, oh yeah. She was like, because there was nothing under the seat in front. So you would just roll right under the. Really? How old was it? Oh, 3 months, 6 months, a year, like whatever. Like I was never strapped in. We didn't even have seat belts in the station wagon we had. We didn't have seat belts. I didn't have a car seat until I needed a booster seat because I needed to see not to get sick. Because my mother's driving is the same now as it was then. And she's the only one who makes me sick when she drives. But yeah, no, there was no strapping in. There was no, car seat. There was no safety precautions. And we didn't have airbags. If you went forward, you hit the dashboard or you hit the windshield. Those were your options. If you didn't want to do that, you learned to brace yourself real quick. Oh my God, I am all over the place. Anyway. Shannon Graham said, oh my God, I got my TV to turn on just in time. Yes. Ditto sub to you. Thank you. I live it. And yes, I live in a zoo too. Thank you for the song. You're very welcome, honey. Happy birthday. I'm glad I got to go over and spend some time with you. I had fun. And all those links are going out to everybody. So if anybody could just click on those, Shenny, and can somebody throw diggers up there for me, please? Because I appreciate my digger. Digger 420. You wonder what she likes. That was actually, I noticed her, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 months after I became friends with T-Rex, after I started harassing T-Rex in chats when I first joined YouTube. And I saw her name, and I thought she was a dude because most of the dudes put up like names like that. And it was Digger 420. I was like, 420? That's all right, let's go. And then I found out she was a girl. I was like, oh, I like you even better. Because she's cool. She always was. Heidi said, or Rack before I had kids. Nice. They called you Rack. Yeah, I didn't have that problem. I was like an A cup at best. At best, I was an A cup. So I had like no titties. They called me Bubbles, one, because I was apparently always like, hey guys, what's up? Like I was always cheerful. And because of my bubble butt. So there you go. So I was like, I mean, I have a lot of ass. Like my mother's husband said the other day, he goes, I don't understand. Everybody in your family has no ass. Like he's saying this to my mother, but in front of me and my daughter. He said, and then you have your daughter, and then you have your daughter's kids. You have Katie and Connor, and they all have the bubble butt. And he's like, he's like, you got a black girl's ass, right? And I'm like, thank you. He's like, no, I mean, like, it just, like, it pops. And I'm like, thank you. And he's like, no, but your mother don't have one. Your mother has no ass at all, at all. She really doesn't. It's either flat, like, my grandfather's butt was concave. Like, that shit, like, went in. I was like, how do you even, like, how, like, what's there? There's nothing there. Don't it hurt you to sit? Like, he would sit and he would be a normal height. I sit and I'm a little higher, which is good because I have little legs. So I'm not pushing myself up anywhere. But it makes it a bitch to have to hop up on a stool because it's like, all right, ass. I'm not saying it's like this jagunda fucking thing. But yeah, as far as my family goes, like it's like my back goes down flat, flat, flat. And then it's like, but it's just boom, like whatever. It's the most slappable ass you'll ever see. So. It makes people happy. T-Rex said, hello. It's a great day to be alive. Yes, it is. And thank you, everybody out there who lent their energy and their positive thoughts and their prayers to T-Rex and his family. As far as I know, you might want to give an update, T-Rex, but as far as I know, his dad is doing well. He's pushing through. He's pushing himself hard, and he's going to be great, man. He's going to be great. So it is a great day to be alive. I mean, I don't know if I feel your level of enthusiasm, but I mean, I'll throw my hat in there. Why not? T-Rex, they made my dad go for a little walk today, and PT came in and was like, we got to get you up and walking. Dad said, I don't want to, let's do it tomorrow. And PT said, well, we don't take no for an answer. Yeah, they usually don't. I told my PT dude to go fuck himself, and he was like, well, I'll be back. And he never came back because I was so abusive. So they sent in the PT lady, the older black lady, and she was like, let me tell you. And I was like, ah, shit. I was like, I ain't going to get away with crap with this one. Sure enough, she was like, here's the walker. We're going. That was the one that I embarrassed the shit out of her because she was like, walk to the window, then walk to the door. And I was like, I walked to the window, I walked to the door, which was by the hallway. And I was like, so you want me to walk to the window, to the wall, to the sweat drops from my balls? She was like, and it echoed so loud down that hallway. They were all hysterical. She was like, I can't believe you did that. I was like, why? It's very typical of me. And she knew me at that point. She was like, you Hoboken people. She was like that nurse that came in and said, and I'm going to tell you, you're going to do everything I said, girl. And I jumped up out of that chair. And she was like, nobody told me she could walk. They told me you couldn't walk. I was like, oh, no. Don't get it twisted. I was like, because I was ready to fight this bitch. I was like, you are not coming in here talking shit to my face. Like, really? I hopped right up. She was like, oh, crap. She didn't expect it. Never tell me I can't do something. God, especially if it's something where you want me, I have to fight back. Oh, Lord. I could be paralyzed from the neck down. I will somehow find a way to fight you. I will find a way. Anyway, so yeah, PT is no joke. T-Rex said, Heidi, I'm good, though I don't want to go to work. Blah. Hope I'm not getting fired for not working last week because of my dad. But, if they do, I can get unemployment and then find a new job. Oh, look at that. You found the silver lining. Let's hope you don't get fired because that would suck. And if they do fire you, can't you sue them for like unlawful firing or whatever because you had a family emergency? I mean, isn't there like Don't you belong to a union or something? I don't know. Like, look into it. Gutters Pub. Hi, honey. She said, good M, beautiful beings. Good M, my love. How are you? How are you? How are you? You had a good stream going the other day. I was in there listening. I just didn't feel like talking because talking meant typing and my arms hurt. That's been a problem. Cool gamer. Hello, honey. How are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well this fine Tuesday. In ya, out ya, all around it. See, that's why I give y'all nicknames. It is, but I tend to be a little kinder than I used to. But yeah, y'all get nicknames. And at this point, I'm glad that you will just kind of accept it because I'm not going to change. This is who I am. I give everybody nicknames, which was kind of why it was a little, great that Winning's name was just Winning because, it's just what I call him. He will probably be winning until the day I die. Like I will probably never call him by his real name, like ever. I mean, maybe once or twice, but like for the most part, he's Win, and then he's Winning, and if he's really pissing me off, he's Winning Reality, because I will say his whole last name. I don't, I don't care when I'm pissed off. Yeah, I'm like, all right, Winning Reality. But yeah, most of the time he's just Win. Hey, you're just listening and doing work things and stuff. Well, this is stuff right up your alley, Inya. So I feel like you're going to enjoy this stream. It's going to be a whole lot of nostalgia and looking back and also looking at the present and going, what the fuck? Anya said, so I have my med card, but I just don't get my script renewed. Well, I got my script renewed because prices have gone down finally in the dispensaries. They have made this stuff way too potent. Oh, yeah, no, the medical grade. See, I didn't know there was a difference between what my street pharmacist was giving me and what the actual weed pharmacist was going to give me. And my mother's husband went and he had gotten a bunch of stuff. And he went to the dispensary in Secaucus, I think it was. And my mother told him, pick something up for Shelly because she's always getting for us. So he picked me up some sativa and some indica because he knows I like the indica. I like to go to sleep when I'm stoned. I just, like knocked out. That's perfect for me. The sativa hit me. I was like, oh, wow, this is nice. I'm getting so much done. Like my mind was just like going through all these ideas. I was really creative. And then I tried the indica thinking, okay, I'll take like, I don't know, 3 or 4 puffs. And then in like 20 minutes, I'll start to feel it and I'll go lay down. Yeah, no. I took 3 or 4 puffs and within 3 minutes, maybe, I was like, I can't feel my legs. Do I still have hair? Like, why do I think I can feel my teeth? Like, like I was going through like this whole thing. And then 2 minutes after that, I was knocked out. I slept, y'all, for like 9 hours straight. I got up with the worst cotton mouth I've ever had in my life. My eyes were dry. And I was just like, what happened? That shit would not happen to me before unless I went like on an all-night party bender. Like if it was one of those nights, like when I was a teenager, when somebody was like, here, try this. And I didn't even look, just open my mouth. They just throw whatever it was in. Could be a pill, could be a tab, could be like whatever. I didn't care. I didn't give a shit. It was like, all right, what I hear snort that could have been baby powder. It didn't matter. Like we just did that when we were young and stupid, when we were supposed to do young and stupid shit. That's when I did it. Most of my friends continued to do that, but I wasn't one of them. But yeah, no, it was that medical stuff. Holy shit, man. They do not warn you. They do not warn you that, oh, yeah, this, and I'm like, this is why they give this to cancer patients because they really like, you don't feel nothing. You could have hit me with a truck. I'd have been like, didn't feel it. Like nothing. Mm-mm. Yeah, it's funny. You got to be careful with that girl. See, I could easily get the med card here, but I don't want to be on that list. I didn't get it in Jersey, because I just didn't want to be on that list. But I had kids that were under 18 at the time. Like Connor was like 16. And I was like, no, I can't. Now I'm not responsible for anybody legally. Yay, I can do whatever the fuck I want. If I go to jail, I go to jail by myself. Um, Wolfram said, I got a birthday card once that said, you may not be over the hill yet, but you're on the very tippy top looking down the other side. Yeah. They call it over the hill. It's more like a roller coaster. And you know how you spend your whole life going, do. You know that feeling of that climb where as you get higher and higher, that next do where it latches, where you're going from like the next to the next part of the track, it gets slower and slower. So it's harder to reach. And then you hit that top and you just pause. And it's not that it's just the roller coaster that's, pausing. Your entire existence pauses because you're about to plummet to your death or what's going to feel like plummeting to your death. And you just did, and you just kind of sat there for a minute and you braced yourself. You're like, oh my God, why did I do that? You're regretting every life choice you've ever made up to this moment. And then you just go that doop, one forward and you feel the nose dip and you're like, the only thing you're thinking is fuck because it's just free fall, man. You're going down and it's going to be a whole new thing. You're going down, you're going up, you're on, in circles, upside down, twist around. But you weren't going to get there without all that lead up. The same thing with life. Like the reason we can handle the plummets and the twists and the turns is because we worked our asses off with that the climb. The climb built up who we were. And then you get to the top, take stock of your whole life. And then it's like, fuck it, let's go. And and down you go. So I think the second part of the ride is probably going to be the most free that we have. Like that feeling of freedom, that feeling of who we are, because we spent so long building up to it. So don't consider yourself over the hill. Consider yourself over the anticipation part of the roller coaster. Now it's time to just let go. And at one point you're like, fuck it, it's in God's hands. I'm just going to ride this bitch out. It's a good way to look at life. But yeah, no, was there anything more terrifying, especially if you were in the front of the roller coaster? Because you're like first row, you're looking there, you're like, no, why did it didn't look this high from the ground? Like no, I want to get off. Like, I don't want to do this. Like, no, just girl, hold on for dear life and let it all out. Just scream. God, I don't know how we didn't get whiplash. Heidi said, T-Rex, it's good for them to get him up, moving if possible, as soon as possible. The longer he stays laying, the harder it'll be for him to move and longer healing time. Yeah, and as long as he's moving around, there's less chance of bed sores and blood clots from resting for too long so that the blood doesn't pool in certain areas. So, moving around is really good for him. And it'll work up his appetite quite a bit. Eddie Fawn, she said, good Grandma Bubbles. Thank you. I am not a grandma. Not a grandma. I want to be a grandma. I want to be a grandma. Somebody needs to make that parody video. Heidi say, and good M to you, honey. It's also a way for them to evaluate how he's doing post surgery. Yep, different positions show signs, symptoms, than others. Ellie said, I am behind and listening on 2 times speed, doing mom multitasking while I listen. Well, I'm glad you're here, and I love that you and I get to keep each other company. T-Rex said, my favorite thing I read in my dad's chart was patient is 62 years old. Patient looks stated age. I don't know what that means, but I think the 20-something-year-old resident is saying he looks old. He's just, God. I mean, he could just be fucking with your father. He could. I never read that in my chart. They never said patient is 50, looks 50. Never. Never, because I'm pretty sure if they did, I would have said something about it. Because of your dad's health, you could fill out a FMLA for your absences if you've been with them long enough. There you go. Ellie said, T-Rex, hope your dad's doing well. Yes. Unfortunately, I've been with them 8 months. A year will be June, so no FMLA. Well, more like FML, but no FMLA. Med card chart. I got one of those cards last year. Now I'm 1 year away from that. Listen, I told you what I did to Christine when she hit 40. Oh my God. I had everything in the world sent to her. Nursing home pamphlets, samples of Depends, brochures about hip replacements and incontinence. And she was getting, oh my God, she was getting so much crap. I literally thought of every old person thing. She got like all the, and you know how AARP is. Once you send them like a request for information, they will send you something every fucking day until you've been in the ground 100 years. Like they'll just keep sending shit. And of course, I signed her up for that, not once, but twice, because I'm a bitch. I spelled her name the right way the first time, and then I changed it to Christine at the end. And I took the S out of her last name. And so she was getting it twice because I'm that big of a nudge. I guess she was getting so upset because it was all leading up to her birthday. Why am I getting? I said, "Well, you are old. You are the same age. I was born in a whole different year than you." She hates when I do that because she was born in December of 73, and I was born in March of 74. And I like to tell because I'm 3 months younger than she is. I'm 3.5 months younger than she is, by the way. Almost 4 months, which counts. And I just love to I razz her so bad about it. She's like, we're the same. No, we're not. No, we're not. You were born in a whole different year. You're way older than I am. God, like you must fart. Mummy does. She wants to kill me. She really does. But that's what friends do. Speaking of bodily functions, my son burped and farted audibly when I was on my dietitian Zoom appointment. That's hilarious. Connie used to do that when I was teaching, when I was remote teaching. He just walking around. Be like, what was that? That was my son, Fart Master Flex, because that's what I always called him. And they'd be like, oh my God, did he just fart? Yep. Sure did. Sure did. At least it wasn't silent but deadly. Like, I don't care. If I can hear your fart, most likely it's not going to smell that bad. But it's those silent ones that can kill. The ones that smell like rotten eggs. Ugh, that was Connor's like speciality. It was his speciality when he was little. Oh my good God. I'd be like, oh my God, what am I feeding you? What crawled up your ass and died? Like, that hurts my feelings. It's supposed to be funny, bitch. Laugh. Oh, all right. I didn't know it was funny. I used to love when I'd joke with him and he'd be like, I don't understand sarcasm. Well, you're gonna. At some point, you're gonna. Because around here, it's kind of thick. Ellie said, oh, yeah, we did that. Yeah, blame it on your son. There you go. Snipper said, sure, blame it on your son. I mean, He blamed it on the dog. Heidi, paybacks are a bitch. I know, I know. Ellie said, no, he totally did. I would have muted it. And if you knew me, you'd know I claim all my bodily functions, sometimes with pride. The night that you made the beans something, I think you made bean brownies or something. You made some kind of dessert with beans and you ate it. Then you came onto stream and you're sitting in chat and you're like, oh my God, I am tooting nuts. I was like, oh my, I was like, see, that's my kind of girl. Like, just own your shit. Just own it. I call Katie a howitzer. I'm like, bro, how do you like? You don't even breathe that much. Like, how the fuck are you farting like that? I don't get that. Like, is there an end? Do we need to change your diet? Because obviously something is not right. When she farted the other day, I said, go get on the scale. She goes, why? I said, because you just lost about 20 pounds. She was like, what? I said, you just deflated. She was like, I hate you. You're such an ass, Ma. I think it's cute when she tries to insult me or like get even. She's like, I'll get her. And it's just like she tries to own me and it never works. It never works for her. I just look at him. Oh, it's like when you look at the dog that like, chases its tail and finally catches it and they think it's such an accomplishment. You're like, oh, I just watched you being retarded for 10 minutes straight and you don't even know it. Like, you're so cute. That's my Katie. That's me just going, oh, like, you're never leaving me, are you? No, I got to find you a husband. Like, I joke, but I mean, I will let a dude come talk to my daughter. I will stab him in the neck, like in Minecraft. But no, just stay away from my daughter. Stay away from my children in general. Just mine. Cut his pub. You go to the shrink if you want a prop, right? Because that's all they give you. I used to do the arm farts when I was a kid. All the boys were impressed. Very nice. Very nice. My grandfather taught me how to do them with my hands. Like you wet your hands and then you cup them and you just you make the sound. He also used to do the thing in the pool where you put your hands together and you go, look, 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 look to the little kids. You're like, look, I caught a fish. And when they go to look in the palm of your hand, you squeeze your palms together and get them right in the face. Here's a nice, oh, the fish spit at you. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, yeah. He used to do that. He was like, here, come here, Jitterbee, come here. I'll show you how to do it. That was his nickname for me. He was Jitterbee. I was little Ida Bita Bee, but he always used to call me Jitterbee, and everybody else called me the other thing. But, or like my uncle used to call me Bishadil, which means little dick in Italian. I don't know why he called me that, but he always called me that. Grandma called me Stragola, which is little witch. Everything was little. It's like, these people like to make fun of short people. I used to do the art. Okay, we did that. I'm a little behind and my eyes are very cloudy, so cut me some slack. Make tomboys great again. I loved being a tomboy. I did. I loved me. I mean, I grew up in a gas station. It's not like I was going to be a friggin' debutante, but I loved being a tomboy. Make mud pies, climb trees, you work in the garden, run around with the animals. I didn't have to have like, little Susie manners. My fucking Aunt Marie, that's not very ladylike. No, it really isn't. And it ain't never going to be because you're such a bitch. I probably would have been a lot more ladylike if she had not been such a bitch about it. Like you keep pointing it out, and as long as you keep friggin' making me feel bad about it, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. Like I'm going to go the other way. Shelly, I chewed through my crib. I mean, Snippers, CBs were so much fun in the 80s. They were. My mother's still White Cloud. That's still like her email address. Wolfram said, Shelly, I chewed through my crib. Newsflash, Shelly's a biter. News at 7. I mean, I'm very orally fixated. If we haven't learned that by now, Just the fact that I can talk by myself for 5, 6, 12 hours straight and never run out of something to say, that should tell you that I'm a pretty oral person. The fact that I smoke should tell you I am an orally fixated person. And yes, I bite. I nibble, but I also bite. It depends on, your pain threshold. If that's what you're into, I'm always accommodating. Heidi said, agreed, elephant. My 3 are tomboys at heart, hunting, fishing, camping, hiking, with girly thrown in here and there. Yep. I didn't know that other girls didn't fish. I brought my friend Carrie. We went fishing with my mother and her husband and all the little kids. Now we got like 4 little kids running around. They're all between the ages of like 3 and 8 years old. Nobody's watching them. They're going, they're in the water, they're out of the water, they're fishing, they're playing with whatever. And so my friend is there and she was like, "Oh, we're going fishing. That's so cool. I love to go fishing." And I was like, "Oh, good." I figured she knew what she was doing. So I hand her the styrofoam container with the worms in it. And she takes it and she's like, "Oh my God." And I was like, "What?" And she was like, "I thought it was a snack." I was like, "Hey, if you want to eat a worm, eat a worm." And she was like, "No." She's like, "All right, so like, how do I do this? Because I never had to do this part." And she was like, she's making that face. You all know the girl worm face, right? When they're looking at going, "Ew," like, and I'm watching her and she's trying to take the hook and kind of scoop a worm in the container, in the dirt. So there's dirt coming out the sides, there's worms escaping. And I'm watching her going, "Pick the worm up. Just pick one." "Well, which one is mine?" "Which one?" "Just pick a fucking worm, pick it up, put it on the hook." It took her like 10 minutes to actually grab one of these worms. So, y'all, what does she do? Does she put it? I don't even know how to describe it. Does she put the hook through the worm? No. She takes the worm, the very little bit that she's holding at the very end, which I didn't want to tell her. The end is the part you want to look out for, but whatever. And she wraps it around the hook. First, she laid the end over it, and it wouldn't stay because it's a worm. And then she finally got like where it stayed, and then she tried to like knot it. And I'm just watching her. And my mother was like, "How long is that guy?" "I don't know, but this is fascinating." I was like, "I can't look away." I mean, I was fishing anyway, so it's not, I didn't have a bite or anything. So I'm just waiting. So this is entertainment for me. And I'm saying she's wrapped the worm around. Of course, the worm moves and it would fall back off the hook. And she was getting so frustrated. She was like, "I don't understand." I was like, "You know what?" After like, it took her like a half an hour to be like, "I don't want to do this anymore." I said, "Just give me the fucking thing." And she was like, "How do you do it?" She was like, "Since you're so smart." And I threaded. First of all, I didn't use the whole goddamn worm because it was like a 6-inch earthworm. And I'm like, "No, like, why would I use the whole, like, we're not fishing for like bass and shit. There's like catfish in here." I literally could have got a piece of Velveeta with some corn and caught every fucking catfish in here. Like, stop it. So I took it and I broke off a piece of the worm, which she was like, "You killed it. Bitch, what did you think it was gonna do when the fish ate it? Did you think it was gonna live forever? Like, it's a worm." And then I threaded it through, and she was like, "Oh my God, you just put it through the whole body." No, I didn't put it through the whole body. What I did was I took it and I took the end and I fed it onto the tip of the hook, and then I threaded it all the way through so that the whole body covered the hook. I'm not wrapping shit up. And she's just like, "That's not gonna work." I was like, "Just throw it in the goddamn thing." Little Miss, I know how to fish. Something told me, go stand next to her and be ready. And I stood on the opposite side from where she was casting. And she went, "I got this." Zoom! And I reached out and grabbed the pole because she let go of it. Like, she has not mastered cast, hold on to the pole while you cast the line. No, she didn't do that. She cast and released, and she didn't release the line, she released the entire pole. And I just was able to like reach out. I almost fell off the fucking rock and grab the tip of the pole and be like, see, no, next time you got to hold on to it. She's like, I thought I did. No, you didn't. Like, you didn't. It was funny. I had a great time. That day will live in my memory as one of the best, most amusing days because she just, I'm a Tom girl. Yeah. Okay. That's, she never called tomboy. She called herself Tom girl. And okay, whatever. Like she just, oh, it was terrible. Looking at sandwiches, she was like, "Are these fresh?" Well, we just made them. What's in them? Cold cuts. I mean, we're on a fucking lake here. Like, what do you think? I'm gonna go and get you like filet mignon or something. There's no McDonald's down the road. We're in the middle of friggin' Stokes Forest. Like, stop. Oh my god, just people make me laugh. I'm a tomboy. No, you're not. Stop it. She actually came by when we had the deer hanging in the garage. It was my mother's first time skinning and dressing the deer, like taking out the shit sack and everything else. And she showed up mad. She puked so spectacularly. And she's like, I don't get how your mother does that. She was like, oh my God, it's so gross. I was like, yeah, but the meat is so good. So good. Yeah, she was disgusted. It was funny. I thought it was news at 6. I mean, around here, we're very like, it could be anytime at all. Nothing at all. God is probably. I had a friend who was my seatbelt. That bitch was constantly smacking me in the chest every time she hit the brakes. See, that's a friend. And we all do it. That's how you can tell because whoever's driving or whatever, you'll be just like doing something and you're looking through your purse or you're looking in the, glove compartment or whatever and just yapping away. And all of a sudden that arm goes across your chest and just stop. And you're like, oh, all right. But that's when you trust somebody. You don't even like blink when they do that. You're like, all right, whatever. Like, it's also a really, really good tactic. And I noticed this when I was a teenager that guys used to use to grab your boobs. Because every guy that I would get in a car with, they're an amazing driver until they feel like grabbing a little titty. And then all of a sudden it's, there was a squirrel or, there was a cat. Because they're always on the brake. So they could reach out and feel you up a little bit and then push you back. And you're like, really? You're not subtle at all. And I'm not stupid, but whatever. It's that or go through the windshield. But yeah, that was Tommy's go-to move. Oh, I didn't see that thing. Oh, it's a red light. Oh, I got to stop at the corner. All sudden stops where he had to reach out and stop me from, barreling forward. But yeah, got it. That was a thing. That was an actual move, and it worked too because they got to feel everybody up. Heidi said, "Yep, I went in reverse of that. I shrank with each kid I had. Nice." Your boobs shrank with each kid. No, I went from the almost an A to a double D with Katie. So that was interesting. Inya's sending T-Rex hugs and prayers for your dad. Oh, so sweet. Thank you for that. I'll be the judge to whether it's a slap or blast. Cutter said, I do have a slap blast. I do. There you go. Can make music. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 And you know I'm sitting here dancing, right? Y'all. You know me long enough to know that. FMLA laws are, if applied for, will protect the employee, but if not applied for and don't qualify, then nope, unless union. All right. Proof needed. Cutter's Pub, proof needed. Photo proof needed. There you go. Ohio, you have to have worked for a company for 12 months or something like 7,000 hours, and I only worked for them for 9 months. A minute ago, it was 8 months. Now it's 9 months. Wow, time flies different in Ohio. 1,250, not 7,000. Jesus. And now he's praying in my chat. What's going on with you, T-Rex? Have you slept today? Heidi's like, yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm aware that we're at 12 months state. Unfortunately, T-Rex said they're based in Indiana and they're also a 12-month state. I'm not too worried about it, though. They didn't put up any amount of a fight about me taking time off. No, I think at this point, especially, they're going to be understanding. Yeah, it's good they didn't put up a fight. Gutter said, fuck that. I'm still 39, born in 69. My next number is going to be 69. I'm going to be a hot 69-year-old for a lot of years. Nice. Very nice. You are hot. So you do not look anywhere near that age. So stop. You do look 39. Heidi said, roller coaster. Well, that's how I say it. Roller coaster. We're going to start that. What were you making fun of me yesterday in chat? Not you in particular. Water. Because I say water. Because that's the Jersey way. I drink water. And somebody asked me if I call it Earl yet. I was like, no, I still say oil. Oil. It's oil. Olive oil. But it's definitely water. WARDDAH. Water. It's water, and I drink coffee. Hugger Bugger, 1776. You can guess that's coming from Shenny. Was your birthday nice? You did digger in mine, and I did lunch on yours. Wait, she did digger in yours or dinner? Because if she did digger and we have digger, like that's why wasn't I invited? Because rude. I mean, I'm just saying, sharing is caring. And you can't make scissors with an odd number. I did lunch on yours. It's nice to have people we can swap a meal with. Nice. I did send you a birthday in the universe. Nice. Kind of sad that T-Rex said, I'm kind of sad that they I'm kind of sad that they for we D Joy Reid like winning. That made no sense, and I don't even know. Like, kind of said that they fired Joy Reid. They didn't fire; they canceled her show because it sucked. Why would you be sad about it? God, she was a mutant. Like, not even a good one. Megyn Kelly's show will be so empty without the insane racist rambling. You fart, mommy says. My monitor almost had coffee. That's from now. I mean. Shani Graham said, okay, let me explain the power T3 has in my life. What do you mean? The phone pin telling me she just went live. I'm flat on my back, girl. Grab the remote. Dog not sub. Get dog subbed. Get out of bed. Start doing dishes. Wait, what the fuck? While listening, these dishes are from the entire weekend, but I need T3 to get me moving. Oh, honey, that's so sweet. Thank you. Get your ass up and clean. Let's go. Don't you know you could have visitors? At least keep the front room clean. Let's go. Oh, somebody dropped something in the kitchen. I just heard a whole lot of metal fall. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I woke up 4 o'clock in the morning the other night because the whole house shook, and I was like, Kate, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was like, what happened? You all right? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. My knee gave out, and I'm like, okay. Her knee didn't give out. She got up in her sleep and forgot that when she went to sleep, she left her fuzzy slippers on. Not slippers, socks. They're like the real fuzzy, slippery socks. She wears them in bed because her feet get cold. But she knows, take them off before you get out of the bed. because she has hardwood floors in her room. And she stepped on the hardwood and wee. And she's right on the other side of the wall from me, on the other side of the bathroom wall from me. And so it shook my whole floor. And because she went down hard. So I got up and I went in and she's sitting there and she was just like, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was like, you want to get up? She was like, I've been meaning to go through the bottom of this closet, so I'm awake now. And that's what she did. She sat on the floor at the base of her closet and just cleaned all the stuff that was in the bottom that she has left alone since she moved in. So she went through like all these different boxes. I was like, all right, whatever. Like, whatever makes you happy. I don't care. I was like, do you need help getting up? No, I'm fine. I was like, all right. But yeah, 4 o'clock in the morning, I jolted awake because I was boom, and everything shook. And I was like, alrighty. I mean, when she goes down, it's dead weight because she doesn't have the muscle strength to try to stop herself. So she doesn't even try anymore. She just drops. So it's, oh God, it's so loud. Anyway, but I'm glad it gets you moving, Shinny. Snipperoonie said, I have a guy with the same name as me who is over 65, who I get debt collectors contacting me about. Nice. Now I'm getting Medicare crap. That's worse than the debt collectors. I mean, just enjoy it. Be like, oh, mail. And then they're not trying to, sell me anything. It's not your debt. Just that should make you so happy. They're like, oh, look, this could have been me, in this life, but instead it's somebody else with the same name. Oh, yes, it's nice to be able to do that, Shenny. It was low key. Had to go to the DMV to renew my tags, then went to visit my nano at her resting place before they closed and before dusk. Yeah, you don't want to be there after dusk. See, Ellie, I remembered black bean brownies. They're good. I remember. I don't forget much. Shenny said, Snipe, I'm almost at the Medicare point. I already have Medicare. It cost me a fortune. And they have me in their target list. I'll take the vehicle warranty over that any day. What happened to that? Because it used to be like every half hour I would get some text or an email, a new email or a phone call about my vehicle warranty. And then they just stopped out of nowhere. Just stop. Did anybody check on these people? I mean, are they okay? Because I worry. When you have that kind of constant, like back and forth and constant contact, and then all of a sudden they just drop off. It's like, oh, was it me? Like, are you okay? Was there an accident? Do you need help? Blink once if you can hear me. Heidi said, I'm nearly 50 here. Oh, no, it's nearly 50. See, that would be my old ass not being able to read. It's nearly 50 degrees here and sunny. Feels like summer after the cold snap last week. Yeah, it's beautiful. The sun just came out over here. It was cloudy, but now the sun just came out, so it's really pretty. Heidi said my eyes are cloudy with reading if I don't wear my readers. Yeah, I have magnifying glasses, like reading glasses, hidden all over the house. I went and got that bulk pack from Walmart. It's like $10 for like 10 pairs of magnifying reading glasses because I don't need them to read regular. I just need them for the tiny print on like pill bottles and whatever. Because why do they make it so small? Why? Why do they make the writing so small and a light color on a dark background, but like it's not contrast enough? You just can't read it. Anyway. I think Gen X, we didn't have warning shits. We didn't like the directions. I don't ever remember seeing directions or like warning. This pill contains blah, 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 blah. None of that. None of that. But we didn't take a whole lot of medicine anyway. It was like, here's your Robitussin. If you were really good, you got Dime Tap. God, that shit was good. Oh. Dime Tap was like the tastiest cold medicine. It was grape flavored. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It was like candy. Which is probably half the reason why my generation has a drug problem, but whatever. Um, my family nickname for me was Mitt. I think I had a little dyslexia, 55 years old, and I still get called that. They call you Mitt or MIT? Because I don't know, families can be a little. Hey, look who's here. Look who's here. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat. We got full drinking half. Thanking with a $10 super chat. Y'all, like $10 super chat. There we go. He said he's sending all like kisses and love. Stay sweet. I appreciate the support, mama. Listen, I stop in on every single one of your streams. Every single one. I don't talk for every single one because sometimes there's things that are being said that, I don't have a whole lot of confidence like saying, here's my opinion. I'm just like, girl, nobody cares. Shut up. Like, just let them talk. If you ain't got something funny to say, shut your mouth. But no, I do. And you've been doing a lot of streams lately. So good for you. Good for you. Good for you. And what do you call him? Rhodey? I'm terrible with names. You know that. I mean, I know they call you Train, but I don't know. I always forget it. I feel like because it says Roddy and it's something like, but it's Rhodey and it's okay. But thank you for the super chat. I know I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, honey. Blame Blanca. It's funny because Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter have been like on my mind constantly lately. We were watching WWE Raw and Liv Morgan came out. And I was like, oh, she looks never. I was like, oh, I'm digging that outfit though. Like it was very Mortal Kombat outfit. Like she looked like Mylena a little bit. Like she had like Sindel. She had like this Sindel kind of dress, like the outfit going on. But instead of like the green and black, it was red and black. And oh my goodness, but she looked so good. I was like, why you gotta be such a bitch? Why you gotta be a heel? Damn it. Because there are some heels that I like. There are. Like, I just enjoy the shit out of them being assholes. But her, no, I'm like, God, you do Jersey terrible. That's because you're Elmwood Park, bitch. Like, you people are weird. They are. They're a little. They're ghetto who think they're frou-frou. It's like the upper class trailer park. Like that's what Elmwood Park is. And that's right. I said it, Jersey people. And you know it's true. But yeah, she's very, very much reminiscent of or reflective, I should say, of Elmwood Park. But her outfit was wow. I was like, oh yeah, I could peel that off you, no problem. She looked good. She looked good. She's one of those that has no problem with her whole ass just hanging out while she's wrestling. I'm like, I'm here for it. At one point, Dominic, Dirty Dom, put her foot on the rope so that she didn't get pinned and lose the match at that point. They had to stop and, re-engage. But he put her foot up and she must have been tired because she left her foot there and the camera angle. I was like, girl, put your leg down. Put your leg down. No mas, that's too much, man. I'm seeing way too much. But yeah, it was funny. I do. If y'all don't know that I love wrestling, I love wrestling. I never did. I liked wrestling when I was little. I mean, enough to be like, oh, look, it's Rowdy Roddy Piper. Like, he was my favorite. But that was about it. That's as far as I would take it. I'd be like, I could name like Hulk Hogan, like Randy Savage, Ric Flair, Andre the Giant, some of like the promoters or whatever. Like I knew them when I was little, but they had to be like super freaking famous. And then there was like a 40-year chunk of time where I was like, no clue. Like no clue. Fucking winning, man. We're just gonna watch the See, and then but see, he did it smart. The way to get me interested in something new is to give me backstories. If you give me some like juicy kind of like backstory where there's like all this drama and it's really complicated, but kind of sweet and kind of sad, like all the emotions are in it, I'm invested. And now I got to know more. And so we'll just, all right, well, what about these? Well, and then when you're like, oh, well, this one is actually, they're pretending to date this person in the WWE like arena, but in real life they're married to and I'm like, oh, like, what do you mean they're married? I would have never put the as soon as he started doing that shit, I was like, oh no, see it. Shelly went into research mode. It was, it was like, I need to know more. I need to know more. And that's how he gets me, man. That's how he got me with Star Trek. That's how he got me with wrestling. Bastard is doing it with football now. So it's not fair. See, he's gonna have a harder time with football because it's not year round. Like it he only has a certain window of time. And that's also like holiday time and that's big, wrestling time. So I'm very distracted. But yeah, that's how he does it. He's like, "Oh, look, this interesting story. Oh, did you know that?" And I'm like, "No." And if I don't bite, he'll just go on to the next one. He's like, "Oh, yeah, this. And look at this. And oh, it was sad like, when this happened." I'm like, "Oh my god, how did that happen?" He's like, "Got her." And that's it. And then he just runs with it. It's like, bastard. He's so good at that. I have never met anybody as good at making me learn new shit that they're interested in as he is. Other people, I'll listen. I'll listen to your interests. You could talk about, I don't know, Revolutionary War history, and I'll sit there and listen. I'll listen. You talk about cars. I'll listen. You talk about fishing, hunting, whatever. But I won't care, and I'm not going to be an active participant. He makes me actively participate to the point where it's like I look forward to the wrestling the most out of anything throughout my week. Like I really I wait for it. And sometimes when he's slow and like playing the damn thing because he did a show and now we have to go back and watch like what happened. We got to start from the beginning, so somebody has to put that out. And he's just sitting there and I'm just like, like, where's my wrestling? Like, are we gonna watch it today or like are we waiting? And he's like, all right, relax, like I got it. But I do love it though. It's I don't know, it's an outlet for my aggression. It's funny because watching wrestling can change my mood. I could go into like, I'm like, he's like, well, what do you want to do? Just play the damn thing. I'm not in the mood for anybody. He's like, all right. And he plays, and then by the end, I'm like, oh my God, da, da, da. It changes my mood completely. It can pull me out of a depression. It can make me very unangry. I'm not saying I'd be in a great mood, but it can definitely like, it diffuses me. So I'm not all full of rage or whatever. I don't know. I just really enjoy it. But I won't watch it by myself. I'll watch like old stuff by myself, but new stuff, no. That's a group activity. All that from the freaking super chat because you made me think of Blanca. Damn it. But thank you. I appreciate that very much. Sir Frank Otter, how you doing? I'm not feral, I'm domesticated. You lie. And everybody needs to try Rocky Mountain oysters one time. To be fair, I've had them. They're not bad. I mean, for bull balls. Snipperoonie, you are impressing me more and more the more I learn about you. What's impressive? Ellie Fine. See, I'm an owl. Ellie Fine. I am not patient enough to fish now. I read that as I had crabs as an adult girl. I'm so sorry. I have crabbed as an adult, but only because you throw the traps down and go off. That's not crabbing. That's cheating. If you go crabbing, you get a bunch of chicken backs or a bunch of fish heads, and you get a twig, like about maybe like 5 or 6 inches long. You tie a rope, like, like the box thread, something hardy, but not like overly thick, like twine or something. You tie that to the string, to the twig, and then you tie the other one to the fish head or the chicken back, and you lower the rope, you lower the bait, and then you hold on to the string, and when you feel them tugging on the food, you'll feel it in the string, and you slowly bring them up until you can see them about 2 feet below the surface. You get your net, and then you scoop them. If you don't do that, you're not crabbing, you're cheating. You're cheating, and you're losing more crabs than you're ever gonna get if you're using those damn metal traps. Because the minute you touch the string to close the trap, they feel it and whoop, they're gone. So, no. No. I'm putting my foot down, damn it. I only crabbed like that when I was, like, really little. Like, or with my aunts because they were lazy. But grandpa was like, "No, if you're going crabbing with me for, like, a whole day, you're gonna do it the right way." Okay. Um And it's weird. We used to take out like just a little rowboat in the beginning, and we'd go all the way out, just this little dinghy. And I'm little me, like, over the side of the boat with my hands over the side of the boat, holding on to the string, never realizing anything beneath that surface can see me clear as day, and I might look tasty. Hours and hours. We would go crabbing from 6 in the morning till like 5, 6 o'clock at night. And it was like, thank God I never had to pee as a kid. My grandfather would just be like, look away. And he'd just pee off the side of the boat or in a can or whatever. Like, it was fine. We had something to drink. We had sandwiches and, or we had like cold pizza shoved into a cooler bag. But most of the, boat was made up of bushels because that's where we were putting the crabs when we caught them. But yeah, it's like 12 hours out there, and I'm just hanging over the side of the boat. Go home. My grandmother would be like, "You didn't use sunscreen at all, did you?" What? No. Why would I? My entire back would be burnt to a crisp, and so would my front because water reflects sunlight. So it doesn't matter that you're over the side of the boat looking down into water for the whole fucking day. The sun is hitting the water and bouncing back up at you, so you're getting flambéed on both sides. And if it's hazy, even worse. Good God. I never knew that until I got really, 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 really burned one year. Because I was like, oh, it was overcast all day. And my grandma's looking at my grandfather. He was like, what? She's Italian. I was like, what does that mean? But I don't have Italian skin. I do not. I lack melanin. Like, I don't have that. Don't have that. I am peachy and freckled, and everybody else in my family is olive. So they go in the sun and they turn into golden gods. I go into the sun and I'm a lobster. So it's just like, but anyway. Black bean brownies taste like fudge. They're tasty. I know you said that night too. You were like, Jelly, you got to try them. They're really, really good. I'm like, yeah, because that's what I need. I need toot brownies. Like, I'll stick with my weed brownies. I'm good. I will. I'll just stick with my weed brownies. Wolfram's doing good, Sir Frank. How are you? Some days time flies different in Ohio, right? Apparently. Who was making fun of Grandma Bubbles? Everybody makes fun of Grandma Bubbles. Drop the recipe in Discord. Oh, good. All right. So Heidi is asking Ellie for the black bean brownie recipe. Do it. Frank said, fighting my brother trying to get him to come work on my car because I have no idea what it's doing now and don't have the right, diagnostic computer to read it. Thanks, darling. I'll get you your $100. Like, nice. You're so funny. Dinner, not digger. I don't know, Heidi. Maybe you had digger. I don't know. She deserves it. What? Digger is beautiful. And she's fun. You could do worse. We could all do worse. Are we sure? No, she's not sure. She's lying. Okay. I am in a very ball busting mood today, which is going to be fun when this ends because I'm going to go right out there and bust my mother's balls for like an hour because I can. Ellie said, I don't Discord. Oh, you could always just throw it in an email. If you click on the more part of my profile, my email's in there. For a simple box mix, 1 can of drained black beans thrown into a blender, blend until smooth, pour into a baking dish, and bake like the box says. Oh, or you could just do that. If the mix gets too thick, add water. Should be a little thicker than pancake batter. Nice. No Discord for you. No Discord for you. Make sure you oil up the baking dish. You can't eat it anymore? Oh, honey. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You're getting healthy though, so that's what counts. You know what's funny? All these people, like everybody that's changing how they eat or whatever, you realize like if you knew like the end of your life was going to be like in like I don't know, a week or like a month or whatever, the first thing you do is one of the first things you do is probably eat everything you denied yourself your whole life. That they said is bad. Be like, yeah, I didn't eat it because it's bad for me, but I'm eating. That's all I'm eating for the next month. Like that's all I'm eating. I could see that somebody like chain smoking, having like fried chicken in one hand and like a cigarette in the other, with a bottle of Jack Daniels next to them, a couple lines of Coke in front. You're like, fuck it, like what? Nothing holding me back now. Nothing holding me back. That's the only thing that holds us back are the damn consequences. And sometimes not even that. And you said, I get those Medicare calls and I'm 43. Oh no, I can't block them all. You can't block them because they call from trunk numbers. So like they have one friggin' switchboard, but they're calling you from like 19,000 different extension numbers. I got a recipe for the diet from the dietitian for a cottage cheese protein bowl. Yeah. I hate cottage cheese. I don't care how you all say, oh, you can turn it into ice cream. No. Something about cottage cheese. No, I don't like it. It's really good, and if frozen has a texture like gelato. Yeah, I'm going to take your word on it. I believe you. But no, I don't like cottage cheese. I don't know if it's a mental thing because my mother used to make me eat cottage cheese with crackers when I was a kid. Because it's good for you. It's disgusting. It's so gross. It's lumpy and it's salty, and I don't like it. I don't like it. She made me. Why can't you just give me like cream cheese or something? Why has it got to be cottage cheese? Give me yogurt. At least yogurt is like kid friendly. Cottage cheese is not kid friendly. Well, the FCC got involved with them and charged them. I think it was like $300 million fine. Oh my God. Shenny said, right when you feel like you're in a relationship with the vehicle warranty folks and then they leave, you're bummed that nobody's called. You weren't invited to the funeral because they must have passed away. That's the only thing I could think of. Like, okay, so I didn't pay my vehicle warranty. Did they turn off your phone because you couldn't pay your bills because I didn't pay you for a car that I don't own or have or that ever existed? Really? Like, is that what it still winds up my fault? God, I'm so Catholic. Ugh. Ellie said, Lord help me, kids are throwing a hissy fit because I'm making them do their math today. I just can't. Drama kings. La reina del drama. That's how you say drama queen. Vitamins saved us. Oh, Flintstone vitamins saved us. The orange ones were good. The grape ones were good. I don't remember any other colors. I think there was like pink, orange. What was it? Like pink, orange, and purple, right? I was going to say pink, orange, and grape. That's wow. Okay. Mm. YouTube's glitching got booted again. YouTube is asshole. Yes, it is, Heidi. I was getting booted so much from Winning's chat last night. I was so aggravated. And sometimes he's like, "Oh, did you see?" I'm like, "No." Did you see? No. What were you doing? I was distracted. I don't want to say, dude. I literally like it takes me 3 minutes minimum to reboot every freaking time it kicks me out because sometimes it lets me back in and I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. So I have to constantly like redo Chrome. And then it takes its time. And then there's the buffer. And I'm just like, "Argh!" And then he's like, and it never fails. As soon as I get back, he goes, "Right, Shelly?" And I'm like, "Son of a bitch. I have no clue what he said." Then I got to go back. All right, go back a couple seconds. Buffer. I'm like, I hate YouTube because it doesn't do it for anything else on the browser. Only YouTube and only really in certain streams. It'll do it a lot in Winning Stream. It depends on how active I am in chat. If I'm really active in chat, it's like, no, you got to go. No, you got to go. If I just go to somebody's stream and just sit there, it's fine. If I say nothing, if I don't hit the like button right away, if I just, it's just on the screen, it's fine. It stays up. There's no crashing. But as soon as I start talking, it's like, boop, gone. Boop, gone. I'm like, you son of a bitch. And then I have to always go back. And then it's, it goes to top chat and I miss everything. And then I got to go back in the stream because I missed shit. It's like, ugh. See, most people I can catch up with him. He's so rapid fire through his stuff that I could, if I'm gone 3 minutes, I've missed 12 topics. And I'm like, really? And I've missed a whole bunch of, well, I told you to do something and you weren't doing it. It's like okay. And now I try to do something where I run the same damn thing. I run his show on my phone with the phone headphones on. So I can at least hear what he's saying while I'm crashing over on my laptop. And you said my family called me N-word, my name. Okay. For the alliteration. Oh, God. And then Sambo, because I was a little social justice warrior. Oh, did you have blue hair? I bet you had blue hair. I bet, or magenta. Which one? And it would send me into a rage. Started when I was 4. My brother just texted it to me 4 days ago. Jerks. Yeah, family don't let shit go. Ever. They never let it go. Where they go good and choke. What? Sir Frank said they were so good and chalky. What was good and chalky? Oh. Weird. All right. I don't get that. That went over my head. And you said, I was in my 20s when it finally stopped bothering me. It still bothers you a little bit. You just called them jerks for doing it. like the name doesn't bother you, but the fact that they do it bugs you. It's funny. Trailer Park is just the hood's toothless cousin. That's right, Inya. That's absolutely right. Wolfkinder. Hey, honey. She said, hey, Shelly, I'll be listening. Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. I'm trying to get comfortable over here and it's just not working. It's just a very pain-filled day and I'm uncomfortable. I had a chewable melatonin that instantly reminded me of the mm-hmm. Yep. This was somebody the other day said melatonin for their skin. They were like, "Oh, I'm dark. I have a lot of melatonin," and I was like, "You must get very sleepy." And she was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh, never mind." You don't have melatonin in your skin. You have melanin in your skin. If you have melatonin, you're gonna be a very sleepy girl. Just maybe that's why she sucked her thumb when she was little. To suck your thumb right out. It's not comfort, it's the melatonin. Superfly Jimmy Snuka was the best. Superfly, oh my goodness. See, I liked the Attitude Era guys, and like I knew quite a few of them on site, but I didn't watch them because I didn't care. Like I don't know. It was so much of the girl stuff. Like there was just so much, not debauchery. It really was just like insulting for women for a long time. Like they were just, every single woman was a bimbo. Every single one. And they were just these slutty bimbos that, yeah, I enjoyed looking at some of them, but like there was nothing there to like interest me. Like I couldn't get into the storylines. So I just gave up like very early on with that stuff. It was like I'd pass the TV, my father'd be watching. I'd be like, Daddy would be watching. I'd be like, oh yeah, whatever. You want to watch? No. Like I'm going to my room. I didn't like it. Now it's just like I'm so entrenched in all the storylines. Like I'm on Twitter looking up their backstories, looking like for their real stuff, like looking up all this different stuff. Look, that one's related to that one. Look, he's hanging out, and I get all excited. It's funny. Wolf sis. Wolf Kinder, I hope you're doing well. She said, my family watched wrestling. George the Animal Steel was my favorite. Acted like an animal, but was really a college professor. I mean, these guys, they were so good. All of them, they're so good. Hell yeah, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Lady Awesome. Hi, honey. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Wolfie Wolf Bro. Last said I just caught up to live. You did, I didn't. I'm 20 minutes behind, which for me is like nothing. I watched wrestling all growing up till about the early 2000s. I mean, now's the time to really get back into it because it's amazing. The storylines they're so good. So good. And the athleticism, holy crap, with the gymnastics. I mean, you got these huge freaking guys, and I watched this going, they should not be able to move like that. No fucking way did he just do that. And like, I swear Winning mutes himself so that I don't hear him react to my reactions because I react to everything. Like if you're watching wrestling with me and you don't hear me, I'm muted because the people in my house are too goddamn loud. But for the most part, I give commentary through the whole thing and not like necessarily like worthwhile commentary. Like we'll be watching I'm oh oh and I'm like, that's all. I'm fully reactionary. I really, really get into it because I really, really enjoy it. And I really didn't expect to. When he first started making me watch, I was just like, fine. Like, all right, this is what you do when you like somebody. You watch the shit that they watch. And I was like, oh. But see, he never just did it like that. He never said, oh, we're watching that. He was like, oh, look at this. He started with like 5-minute clips of like Bray Wyatt after Bray, passed away. Like, oh, this is why we enjoyed him. This is, what I found special. And he pulled at my heartstrings. And I was just like, oh, so of course I got interested in the one. And then it was like, oh, well, if you like him, well, he always used to do that. And like we watched something where he got thrown into the water and I was like, who would do that? Like that's fake. And it was like, no, Randy Orton went and did all this shit. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, who is this dude? And he was like, oh, this guy. And he's showing me like, and so everybody's story like slowly evolved because they're all connected. And I am a naturally curious person and he knows that. So throw the fishing line out and Shelly's going to take the bait every time. And it's just like, oh, who's that? Who's that? Why are they so mad? What do you mean they used to be? And I know that, but she's with the other, but then that guy's with, but isn't he with like her? Like, is that somebody's mom? What the hell is going on? And he's just, here you go. He's just letting a little line off the reel at a time. And I'm just going. And he's like, eventually she'll reach the end. I'll just reel her back in. It's like, and then like, would you explain to, okay. And then he just, and slowly reels me in. It's like a lot of fishing analogies today. I don't know. I guess I'm missing going fishing. I'm missing seafood is what I'm missing. I want seafood. I actually had shrimp on what was it, Sunday, because I had a bag of frozen shrimp in the freezer. And I took it out and I defrosted it, cooked it. And I'm sitting there. My mother's like, "You're just gonna eat the shrimp?" I was like, "Yeah, why wouldn't I?" Like I like just plain shrimp. And she was like, ugh. And then all of a sudden I have these two cats on my armchair, one on each arm next to me, looking at me, going, "Meow, meow, meow." I was like, Jesus Christ, I forgot how much they love shrimp. They ate almost half my shrimp. Like Boo just took it right out of my hand. He took it and ran. And I was just like, this motherfucker. I, but Snips was like, "You're gonna break that up, right? Because through the genteel that she is, you got to take the piece of the shrimp and you got to like flesh it out so that it looks stringy and she doesn't have to chew too much, and then she'll eat it. Otherwise, she's like, no, no, cut it up." Like I literally, even with her steak or whatever, I have to give her little portions of it because she doesn't like chunks of meat, which not my child, but yeah. So the cats ate more than their fair share of my shrimp. I was a little disappointed. Girl, I don't like working for my food. Good on you. Also, rude. Mwah. Not in the Chesapeake Bay. No. Carbs is bad. Okay. Absolutely. I think my brain fried that. I think today feels like a Monday when we all know it's Tuesday. It feels like a Monday to me. Yesterday felt like Sunday. I'm one day behind for like the last week. Like I said, I left a few traps with their necks out for like 8 hours and got half a bushel of crabs. With the necks out. What kind of traps do you have? Do you have like the triangle, like the pyramid traps that close up, or do you have maybe you have like the tube like traps with the nets on the ends so that they crawl in and they can't get back out? Like a lobster trap? That's what we use for lobster. We don't use those for crabs. Uh, and still, that's no. Like we have those off the deck of my uncle's. Off the edge of the deck in my uncle's lagoon, and so there's a lobster. Or we even have one for like guppy fish, like the bait fish. Those are really tiny though. I just got done eating 3 tacos. I'm so full. I don't have any tacos. I got nothing. I haven't eaten yet today. I'm sitting here drinking my C4 trying to like pep myself up. Snipperoonie said my low carb wrap wasn't as good as a taco would have been. Yeah, I could go for tacos right now. Adopted confirmed. I mean, maybe. I've been good limiting my tortilla intake. You're so funny, lass. So funny. I have been good limiting my tortilla intake since January 1st, but sometimes you just need a few tortillas, meat, and some Louisiana hot sauce. That is good. I love Louisiana hot sauce, especially on chicken. Oh, for the love of God. It was so good. Now I probably won't eat that for a while. Yeah. I'm gonna look like an egg soon. I'm just gonna be yolky all over because all I do is eat eggs now because we have so fucking many. I had eggs 3 times yesterday. 3 times. And I have them for snack because I'm like every time we finish them or he goes downstairs and takes care of the chickens, he brings up a dozen eggs. And I was like, what am I supposed? I'm like, just boil them. Because my go-to for a snack is a hard-boiled egg. Like I love it. It's just grab it and go. You don't need salt. You don't need anything. You literally just take the shell off, throw it out. It's compostable. So there you go. It's biodegradable. Throw it in whatever. And then you just eat the egg. You don't need anything with it. You don't need bread with it. It's filling. It's tasty. Fantastic. But yeah, we're gonna wind up fucking looking like eggs. Cottage cheese looks like baby puke. What kind of weird babies do you have? I guess the formula puke. Yeah, I guess a little bit. It just don't look right. The cottage cheese bowl is blended. You have no idea it's in there. Mm, if somebody else makes it and doesn't tell me, I won't know it's in there. But as long as my brain knows it, I ain't gonna be able to eat it. Same Shelly, my mom made me. Yep. I prefer to eat cottage cheese, crackers, and Louisiana hot sauce. Everything with Louisiana hot sauce. Healthy carbs are needed for brain health. Don't cut them all out, folks. Yeah, no, I'm Italian. I'm never going to give up carbs. Every 5 minutes last night for me. Really? That you got booted? Rumble too. Rumble was horrible last night. I tried buying memberships. It let me buy, I think, one membership on Rumble, and the rest it kept rejecting. Or it would like buffer, and get stuck there, and I have to reload the whole damn page. And then the page wouldn't load. And I was just like, what's going on? So it booted me a couple times off of Rumble, but I couldn't get back in. Like I got in on the phone, but I couldn't get in on the laptop. And it was like, all right. And then I got in on the laptop and the phone crashed. And I was like, okay. But yeah, no, Rumble, the problem with Rumble started right before he went live. Because I warned him. I was like, I'm trying to watch your trailer for the new book and it's not working. Yeah, what? And I was like, it's not that the trailer's not working, it's Rumble's not working. Like I just have a white screen. Like it says Rumble in the corner and nothing is loading. And it took like 5 minutes for like a couple video previews, like thumbnails to load. And then it was like, no. And then it went blank again. But then it started up for his. So I was like, all right. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're all like doing upgrading, or I don't know, maybe Elon's got them a little worried. So they're all trying to change like their censorship that we don't know about. But something shady is going on because everything is like not working. And I'm just like, I'm waiting for like, all right, tell me there's a new feature or whatever. Nope. Ellie said, I found my dietitian's Insta yesterday. Bitch is funny as hell. One of her clips had to do with being an anti-carnivore. Anti-carnivore, like a vegan? Blech. I won't even take plant-based freaking supplements. Unless the supplement I have to take is an actual plant. No, wait, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta chill all of a sudden. Les said, no worries for me in that area. Love my corn tortillas way too much. I could eat whatever I want. It would be, if I could eat whatever I want, it would be 2 to 3 corn tortillas with most meals. El Milagro brand. Nice. Does she have a YouTube? I don't have Insta. My favorite new things are La Tortilla brand, zero net carb tortillas. Nope, not that I know of. I don't have Insta either. You can watch Instas without an account. Cool. Good to know. Lurking. Snippers said every single woman was a bimbo. Yes. Truth hurts, joking. No, it's true. Every single woman on there was a bimbo. Because that was what it was scripted for them to do. That's why, like, I was told to act a certain way when I was on an old show. And so people thought I was just some brainless bimbo with nothing to add and no value whatsoever, because I'm really good at the perverted jokes. So that's what I had to do. I had to be just some like vulgar bimbo with not a brain in her head. That led to people trying to mansplain things to me. And that's a trigger for me. Because if you're going to mansplain to me, I am going to woman flatten you. And because I'm going to tell you all about yourself. Because I don't like to be mansplained to. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. Just don't. I mean, you can, but do it at your own peril. I have a very good sense of humor. I can take a lot of teasing and joking. But when you're seriously sitting in front of me trying to explain something to me that I figured out in fucking kindergarten and talking to me like I'm stupid, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. Ellie said, we've graduated from hissy fits to crying and dirty looks. Yay! Improvement. That's awesome. That means it's like the de escalation is working. Crying and dirty looks for math. I gave them an out to quit doing schoolwork, but they wouldn't be allowed to use electronics the rest of the day. They were not okay with that. Yeah, it's funny how you're like, okay, well, if you want to skip school today, that's fine, but I'm not going to let you go do this. And they're like, oh, but that's what I want. Well, this is what I want. You see, we are at an impasse. It looks like negotiations must begin again. That's the thing. Kids are like, all right, they think they're winning negotiations. No, no, no. See, we know how to negotiate. We ask for what we know we're not going to get. And then we let you like whittle us down a little bit and a little bit and a little bit until we get to where we kind of wanted to be to begin with. Like we go for the impossible. It's like, okay, I want you to do all of this. Go, oh, I'm not going to do that. Well, what will you do? Like what sounds reasonable to you? And then they give you like little bits and little bits. And when they get to that point where you're like, all right, I'll take that. You're still getting more out of them than you thought you would. And they're just like, haha, I won. You're like, sucker. Like these newbies, they don't know how to negotiate. I didn't know how to negotiate until I had kids. I really did not know how to negotiate because, man, it's like negotiating with a 3-year-old to get them just to eat sometimes is like trying to get the hostages released. Like, I think that would be easier because these little 3-year-old terrors, they're stubborn. They are stubborn. Les said, oh no, Heidi, the tortillas I eat have always been a problem with any doctor or dietitian that I've worked with. They've told me I had to cut them completely out and I can't. Now, why do they tell you that? They do know that like an entire like country eats like almost nothing but tortillas because regular bread just won't rise in that kind of heat. And this is just easier. It was easier on their pocketbook. It was part of their culture. Why do they not want you to eat tortillas? What's wrong with tortillas? If there's something wrong with tortillas, why do they push wraps so fucking much? Wraps literally are like just tortillas. So if there's a problem, why saying the wrap is the healthier alternative? I can't. If it was up to them, you wouldn't eat anything. Or you'd eat nothing but just crap. You would eat the bugs. It's the bugs. HBK, I apparently don't know how to read, will always be my favorite wrestler of all time. Okay. Randy Orton is my favorite. I don't know why. Probably because I like him as a heel or as a face. Like, I just like him. There's just something about his attitude that I totally get. Especially when he does his pose. When he's in the ring, like after his intro and he jumps up on like the second rope and he does it's a certain pose. It's kind of like the Grecian Olympic pose. Like when they're going to like do the discus throwing or javelin throwing or whatever. Like he does that kind of like Mr. Universe kind of thing. But the look on his face when he does it, he's just got this look of, I just love me. Of course you will too. Like he's so full of himself, but in such a cute little way. Like, I just love it. I don't know. I'm like, go ahead. You have that swagger. Go ahead, Randy. Like he's just so cute. He's so cute. And he's so good in the ring. Like, oh, he moves way too fast for a man of that size. It's just like lightning quick. But yeah, no, I don't know why. Like, I just picked him out of all of them. And I know that when he was like pushing, like, yeah, we love this one. Oh, look at this guy. Like he played a lot of the other ones more. I don't know. There was just something about Randy Orton that I was just like, I just like him. Like that's my boy. Like I just hope he doesn't. Well, okay. So I really, really like the friendship between him and Kevin Owens. That was like it was a huge thing for me. I loved it, and I really liked Kevin Owens. I really, really did. Not as much as Randy Orton, but I really like Kevin Owens. And then he did a heel turn and broke my heart. I am still so mad about the fucking direction they took him that I'm just like, I sit there going, oh, Kevin, you just breaking my heart, Kevin. So I sit there like, I'm so disappointed in you, Kevin. Like, he don't give a shit. And when he just laughs, yeah, his son laughs. And it's just like, yeah. And I'm just like, man, like I expect so much better of you. And then I'll sit there going, yeah, jackass now. Like I yell at my computer when we're watching, like the whole time. The whole time. But yeah, I'm really disappointed in Kevin Owens. It really broke my heart when he did the heel turn. Because he makes a really, really good heel, which means you're gonna hate them with everything you have. But I think if Randy turned heel, I'd be okay with it. I guess I liked him as a heel too. So it's like, yeah, like I kind of want him to right now because as a face, they basically took advantage of him and like just like he really got his ass kicked and by Kevin of all fucking people. And I kind of want him to do a little bit of a heel turn and just get some retribution. Like, dude, be petty. I'm here for it. Like, be petty. Kevin's just, it's too long of a thing. I can't. I'm like, you're breaking my heart, dude. Breaking my heart. I want him to go back to being good, but now I won't buy it because I've seen him be bad and that's very natural for him. Like it's much more natural looking for him to be a jackass than for him to be a good guy. I mean, I'm here for it regardless, but it hurts my soul whenever he does something really mean or like he's hanging out outside of somebody's house secretly, like, recording them. I know a lot of it is just for entertainment value or whatever, and it's scripted and pre-planned, but it doesn't mean I'm not into it. Like I'm fully immersed in it. How the hell did this wind up being a stream about wrestling? Have you tried the zero net carbs one? I tried those Ezekiel tortillas. Are they holy? I'm just saying. They weren't bad. Castro. Hi, honey. I'm only 15 minutes behind the chat. Woo. T-Rex, I have seafood all the time. I seafood and I eat it. Bum. Let's see. Can I make the woo? There we go. Let's first time I did that around my son, he was like, oh. He thought I broke my mouth. You guys ever do that? You put your finger against your cheek and then you pop it out and you make the sound. I remember learning how to do that as a kid. I must have scratched my cheek with my nail like 100 times before I actually figured out how to do it. Or when you make the O with your mouth and do the like that noise. Yeah, I enjoyed teaching my kids that because Katie was not good at it. And I was like, I'm watching her. And my grandmother's like, what is she doing? I said, she's trying to learn how to do the pop sound. She was like, does she have to do it so hard? I was like, you leave her alone. I was like, she's smacking herself in the face over and over. And it's a little healing. I'm not going to lie. And she was like, you're a terrible mother. I was like, says the woman who threw me in the pool at 4 years old and said, sink or swim. Yeah, because I'm the bad person. Okay. Like my grandmother and my mother don't get to tell me anything about my parenting. No. No, because you want to go there? Because I got lists. I have literal journals full of the bullshit that you pulled. So you want to go there? Shit, I am queen mother around here compared to what they, My mother especially, Jesus Christ. If it's not El Milagro, heated on a gas stove right on the burner, then I'll pass, girl. Corn has to be yellow corn tortilla. Oh, that's the problem. See the problem? That's why they want me to stop. Yeah. They're like, can't you switch to flour? Flour don't taste the same. It don't. Yeah. I get you. I get you. My doggos really like the shrimp tails. We did learn that too many and it upsets their tummy, so they only get 2 each now. Yeah, the cats don't care. My cats will eat an entire can of tuna by themselves. They'll eat the entire pound of shrimp by themselves. They don't care. You give them 4 treats instead of 3, diarrhea. It's like, really? Really? So, Ezekiel has sprouted corn tortillas. Nice. I can't have corn, but the other ones are pretty tasty. They were tube traps. Tube traps. There you go. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word for that. I tried the triangle ones and didn't get spit. Now the triangle ones, they scare them off because the metal, because when you're moving them, it sends out like these sound waves that really grate on them. Like they don't like them. So they avoid the area because of the metal on metal sound. Hi Suzanne. How you doing? It's worth looking into. Elephant, thank you for the suggestion. Awesome. She'll check it out. Check it out. You're going to check it out. That's what they say in my house. I'm going to check it out. They eat chicken, they wear shoes, and they check it out. And my name is Chelly. Not Shelly, Chelly. Like chicken, Chelly. I don't know why. I tried the almond tortillas. They're pretty good. Those sound like they would be good for dessert. What if you got like an almond tortilla and put like a layer of spread, like whatever you want, like cream cheese or Nutella or whatever you can stomach, and put like a little bit of like dried fruit in there, maybe like a little bit of like that Swedish kind of sauce, like maybe I don't know, like a strip of caramel or a strip of like chocolate sauce or whatever, and then roll that up and eat that with that. I would think that would be really good. See, I'm always thinking of desserts because that always winds up being my job around here. I do enjoy Louisiana hot sauce. The best wings I ever had were with Louisiana hot sauce. I just put Louisiana hot sauce and the chicken in the thing and shook the whole thing till they were completely covered. I couldn't feel my lips for like a week, but oh my goodness, those wings were so good. And they were dripping in Louisiana hot sauce. That's one thing with that kind of hot sauce. You know when you have a cut on your hands or in your mouth, and you know real quick and for a long time. That shit will make me sweat. Like it's so hot. And is it because it's vinegar based? Is it vinegar based? I think it is. Like I said the other day, I'd go for a road trip to my favorite small organic chicken farm if I had a vehicle. Aww. Oh, I got tons of eggs. Tons of eggs. And they're getting bigger now. Like they were small brown eggs. Now we're getting like much, much bigger eggs. And it's just like crap. Because they don't fit in the because we keep the egg carton from the store, and because it's just easier to bring it down with him, and he fills it up and then brings it back up. And now they don't fit. They're starting to be too fat for the egg carton. It's too watered down and not spicy. Level lower than Tabasco. Fight me. No. Cholula is your favorite? No, I love Louisiana hot sauce. But like the favorite in this house is the Sweet Ray's marinade, the buffalo wing sauce. Oh, my son and I put that on everything. And I love, like, when I have seafood, I'll take butter, melt the butter down. I'll do it for chicken breast too, especially if they're a little dry. I'll take the butter and melt it down and then add the buffalo wing sauce to it, mix it up so it's nice and like blended, and then use that as like the sauce. Oh my god, it's so good. Such a good dipping sauce. I'm a dipper. I don't like sauce all over everything because then everything gets soggy on the bottom. So I am a dipper. I love to dip. Uh no against the carnivore diet, Shelley. I want to do the carnivore diet, but I don't get to do the shopping around here, and these people suck. They suck. They really did. They forgot to even feed us yesterday. I sent her a text because she was out. I was like, "Did you die? Like, hello? Like, what happened? Like, I haven't heard from you." They were out for 4 hours looking for dirt. Dirt, y'all. 4 hours looking for a specific kind of dirt. Make it make sense. I know some of you are like, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I don't give a shit enough. I really don't. Mm-mm. My dad and my oldest daughter eat Louisiana hot sauce on popcorn. Ooh, I should try that. That sounds really good. Wrong brand logo, but for real, I do. You put that shit on everything. I love hot sauce. I really do. My son is obsessed with all things hot. He does not like anything bland. I'm like, you are so my child. Ellie said, unless the person has epilepsy, carnivore is not long-term sustainable. What does it do to somebody with epilepsy? I'm not knowing. Explain that, because that sounds interesting. Food pyramids, complete bullshit. I concur. Telling people to not eat is also bullshit. I concur. Making every person eat the same is also bullshit. I concur. Because everybody's metabolism is different. Everybody's food preferences, allergies, whatever, their budget, their cooking ability. There are some things that, I'm sorry, they're like, oh, go do this and you saute. Listen, you're talking to some people who burn water. Like, you got to dumb it down a little bit. Like, simplify shit. Give them more raw things to eat. Like, things that they don't have to cook. Like, just give them things that, yeah, it's cold. It's fine. You could, like, heat it up a little bit if you want, but it's fine to eat cold. I know a lot of people like that. A lot of people who can't cook for nothing. And you're like, but it's so simple. I know cooking was never difficult for me. Like, it's difficult for my mother. She struggles because she'll look at a bunch of food and go, I don't know what to do with this. Meanwhile, I have 30 different dishes going through my head, looking at the stuff going, I can make this, this. Because that's just how my mind works. I grew up cooking. She also grew up cooking. By the way, taught by the exact same woman who taught me. And yet, it just didn't take with her. I don't know what happened, but she just doesn't have a talent for it. Like, the best compliment that I think I've ever gotten in my life was when I made cookies for everybody, and she was like, oh, let me see, because her mom had, my grandmother passed away, and nobody was making the Christmas cookies, so I started making them. And she ate one and she goes, oh my God, they taste just like mommy's. And I was like, well, yeah, it's her recipe. She said, no, it's not about the recipe. She said, it's because you got grandma's hands. And I said, what? She said, you wound up with my mother and my grandmother's hands. You guys cook the same. You have the same pinch of salt. You have the same, like the way you do the dough and the way you pack the meat for the meatballs, and you have the same hands. And it's true. Like, I've looked at pictures and stuff, and my grandmother and my great grandmother all have the same hands, like the same size, same, like the long, like piano fingers, they used to call them, and the same thick, you don't want to get slapped by me palm. My mother doesn't have that. She's got really bony hands, and it just, they're very narrow, and like when she packs the meat, she packs it too hard. Like, it's too dense. So when you cook it, it dries out really, really quickly, and then you bite into it and it's it's just not as good. It's like you're biting into a steak without the steak flavor. Like it's that kind of consistency. And when you bite into a meatball, you want it to be, light and airy and full of flavor and seasoning. You don't want it to taste like you're biting into a rock. And that's what hers tastes like. But she's gotten better. She's gotten better, but I yell at her when she makes meatballs. I'm like, you're doing it wrong. And she's like, you do it then. I'm fine. Well, I have no problem preforming the damn meatballs and then here you fry them up. But I mean, teamwork makes the dream work. But yeah, that was probably one of the only compliments she's ever given me. That you have the same hands as my mother and my grandmother, meaning my grandmother and my great grandmother. And she's like, you cook just like them. She was like, for you, it's all instinct. And it is. You could give me a recipe and I'm going to follow the recipe for the exact amounts for baking, but I'm still going to put other shit into that recipe. Like if it says put a little, vanilla, I'm like, all right, I'll put like a little vanilla. But I also have this rum extract or I have this almond extract. I wonder what it would taste like if I just put a little bit of, what if I put a little bit of lemon zest? Oh, that tastes really good. Like, I like to experiment with the food and see how I can change the recipe. The only thing I'm really looking at recipes for is how long and what temperature. That's pretty much it. And do I have to grease the damn pan? Because if I have to grease the pan, that's another step. Like, I don't want to cook something and to go to get it out and be like, I forgot to grease the fucking pan. It's all stuck. I hate that's the worst part is the cleanup, but whatever. But yeah, that was the best compliment she ever gave me. I never thought about it that way because I look at my daughter and I've tried to get her to cook with me and it just doesn't work out. Connor cooks with me and he's pretty good at it. Not so great at like making meatballs and hamburgers, like to form them. He can cook them up, but the forming of it, no, that's my job because he's just not good at it. And we got to work on his seasoning because apparently he thinks more is better. And I'm like, no, sometimes less is more. Like you don't want to I want to actually, if I bite into a hamburger, I want to taste the hamburger. The seasoning is supposed to enhance everything, not overpower it. He hasn't learned that yet. But yeah, everybody's got different requirements. I mean, there's certain cheeses that he loves. I can't eat them. They'll make me sick. Like my mother will cook something or her husband will cook something. They're like, oh, we know you like that. I'm like, yeah, but I can't eat that. What? Because I'm going to be sick for like the next 3 days if I eat that. I'm very careful when it comes to like cream soups, right? Like cream of chicken is all right, but it's got to be made a certain way. Cream of mushroom is okay, but not too often because my stomach is like, no. Like, no. Like we let you have the cream of mushroom because we like pot pie, but this is a step too far. Okay. So I mean, I got to be careful. I'm good with American cheese. I'm good with cheddar cheese. If I have more than like one little piece of Swiss cheese, I'm sick because there's something in the way the oil and the cheese and whatever. Like I can't. So yeah, it's not fair when they give you like a one size fits all kind of like plan and you're like, I can't eat half the things on that. Well, just skip them. Do you not have replacements? Like, I mean, what am I supposed to just yeah, I'll lose or whatever faster because now I'm eating half the calories that you told me I should. But I'm gonna be hungry, which means this is not sustainable. That's the worst part. It's like I wish there were just ways that you could snack like when you graze, because we all do it. I mean, and there are big grazers. My mother did not know that she was that person. We had gone like somewhere and she was like, I don't understand. Like I stick to I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, you graze all day long. She's like, what do you mean? I was like, you go around picking. Oh, but that's nothing. I'll have like an almond. It adds up. It just because you had one doesn't mean the calories somehow don't count. Like, oh, I just had one almond. Calories count. Oh, I just had one slice of bread. Calories count. Oh, I just had one cheesecake. The calories count. Not one piece. She ate like an entire cheesecake one day. She was like, I had a cheesecake. I was like, you had cheesecake? She said, no, I had a cheesecake. I looked at her, I was like, "Did you have a bad day?" She was like, "I had a really bad day." I was like, "All right, well," I was like, "How do you feel?" "I'm so sick." "You ate a whole cheesecake, bitch." Like, that's God punishing you. But yeah, no, like, she's a grazer everywhere. If she can't pass food without taking a little piece and a little piece and a little piece and a little piece. All around the house, she has food stashed. There are mason jars of food throughout every room in this house. You walk into the living room, she's got like her mints in one, and she's got her little candy kisses in another. And if you go a couple steps further, she's got like a thing of like the jerky links. And then she's got the licorice nibs, the little pieces of licorice. And then you go into the living room and it's like there's a thing of candy canes that are crushed up over here, and then she's got the brittle, and then she's got the jujube beans, which if you don't know what a jujube bean is, it's a chickpea. So she's got like the hardened chickpeas like in their shell, like over here. And then she's got like the crackers over here and the potato chips over here, and then her Cheetos over here. And she goes to, but and then you have the fruit. There's fruit everywhere. And then she's like, that fruit is going bad because you're busy eating brittle and fucking chocolate. And oh, I don't know why I'm not losing weight. Because I watched you walk around vacuuming. You burned 50 calories and consumed about 400. Just picking. Just picking. Oh, I need a rest. So she has a cigarette and a snack, a cigarette and a snack, a cigarette and a snack. And then she's like, I'm not hungry. You ate all day. You legit fed your face all day long. And no, that doesn't count. That was just a taste. It counts, Ma. It counts. It does. And now she's got Katie doing it. I'm like, stop, please. Like, no. That's why I prefer all the food to be in the kitchen. It's just me. I don't want it to be in like every single room, but in here it's like I have to hoard food in my room so that I can just come in here and have like a jerky stick because they didn't make dinner and they're aggravating me and I can't go out there and I'm not going to starve. So I have Quest bars and shit like that. It's like ugh. I feel like I'm in jail. I'm like my food is my contraband. Arby said the only part about bimbo that sounds accurate is the attractive woman part. Okay. Um, guess what? Everybody's body's different, reacts differently to different foods. Sure does. Oh my God, it's like we were created different. Oh, you think? Oh my goodness. I was talking to Winnie yesterday about individuality. I said, you realize all these lefty libtards that are like, yeah, I need to be able to express myself because I'm different. I'm an individual. I'm my own person. I have my own voice. I have my own message. I'm different than everybody else. And then the next person goes, me too, me too, me too, me too. I'm like, y'all were convinced that you're all different, but you only have the same narrative. Which one do you think I'm going to pick up on? Which one do you think rules your life? Like they don't even see the irony or the hypocrisy in it. We're different. We have to be different. Let's all get together and say it the same. Like, really? Really? You don't see it? Okay. Oh, they make me laugh. We're the people that we want inclusivity, except for anybody who's Republican likes Donald Trump or anybody who's MAGA, because then you have to ostracize them, give them death threats, and treat them like they're shit. That was something I wanted to talk about. I saw this morning that friggin' Representative Crockett, I hate her, by the way. She makes my skin crawl every time she opens her mouth because she's just so lowbrow. Like, you want to talk about a basic ratchet bitch? That's her. And she went on Charlemagne's podcast and said that the less educated folks vote Republican. She was like, these less educated folks vote Republican. Like, really? Really? You think they're less so I said, let me take a minute and just examine what she said. Because it bugged me. And then I was like, you know what? That's not the insult that she thinks it is anymore. Because, yeah, less educated people, meaning less college bound people, tend to be Republican because these are trade workers. They're people who have skills. They're not college automatons that have been indoctrinated into their whole liberal agenda and, like Marxist view. Like they're not going there. So yes, if you are college educated nowadays, what that means is you're being educated in the socialist, Marxist, communist kind of mindset. You're not actually learning things that are applicable in life. You're not learning how to survive. You're not learning how to fix a sink. You're not learning about electricity. You're not even learning about fucking history. Like none of it. You're learning what they want you to learn, which is to go out and hold up your signs and put your pussy hat on your head and be retarded. Like that's what they're teaching you. So yes, I agree. The less educated, meaning college people, because that's what she was referring to, people tend to vote Republican because they don't need to go there and be told what to think or be told what's important. They don't get to go to school and do that because they grew up working and knowing about life and having common sense and learning through experience. They didn't just go to school and go, okay, just teach me how to be like you and you and you and you and you so I can be an individual. Like, so yeah, I kind of agree, but not in the way that she thought. Like, it's an own, but not so much on us. Like, it's on you. Because college didn't teach me shit. You know what college taught me? Don't take out student loans. That's what college taught me. College taught me that piece of paper, though it makes me feel good that I went through the entire experience and that's an accomplishment, a goal that I achieved, that piece of paper tells me nothing. Nothing. It's not a guarantee. It doesn't even mean that I know what the hell I studied. It just means I passed. I could have just had a bunch of easy teachers. Hell, I could have fucked all my teachers and got my grades that way. Nobody would have known. I mean, it was a little hard to do online, but shit happens. But no, like I worked for mine, but it's still just a piece of paper. It means nothing. Now, the 10 plus years of experience I have working with kids, that means something. That is why I can deal with any kid in any situation. Nothing that came out of a textbook or a teacher's mouth prepared me for my work. It was on the job that I learned how to deal with it. So yeah, it's not quite the own that she thought, but it pissed me off that she said it because she meant it as a slam. And it's just like, okay, but we're not the ones sitting up in the House of Representatives calling people baby girl. Like, let me tell you something, like doing the little head thing. I hate that head thing, like the rotating head kind of whatever, where they, like back and forth. My sister used to do that to me, and she did it to me one day. I said, I swear to God, you roll your neck one more time at me, I will roll your head down the fucking hill. And she like looked at me and she was like, oh no, this bitch serious. Because I hate it. Because it's like, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly that bob and weave kind of thing. Like, dude, unless we're fighting in the ring, I don't want to see your head move like that. Because you do that, it makes me want to punch you in the face. And she does that all the time. And she's just, she's so ratchet. So ratchet. I'm waiting for her to be like, bye, Felicia. Because she's gonna. That's where she gets the speech from. Like, just, it's ridiculous. You are representative of your entire district. Is this what they all sound like? Because I don't think they want you out there sounding like that. They didn't elect you to go up there and be ghetto. Like, be professional. There was always a certain decorum in business and in government that people had to stick to. You had to wear a suit. You had to wear a blazer. You couldn't have like see-through stuff. You couldn't have like all this fancy, like distracting jewelry on or whatever. You had to behave a certain way. You sat a certain way. You spoke a certain way. No more. No more. She's terrible. T Rex said there's a Cretan YouTuber that I don't even watch anymore because he had such a bad habit of mansplaining everything to the fucking men. He was mansplaining to men? Why? It was irritating. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are creators that have mansplained to me that I had a problem with. Like, don't mansplain to me because then you're going to make me womansplain to you and I'm going to have your balls in my purse by the end of it. Arby, well, shit, I'm a man last time I checked, and I like to teach, explain things, proceeds to lurk again. No, there's a difference between teaching and explaining and mansplaining. Don't talk to me like I don't have a brain in my head. Like, listen, you're not getting it. I'm just going to slow this down for you. Like, they talk softer and they talk slower, like they're talking to a child who just ain't getting with the plot of the story. So, yeah, don't talk to me like this because then I'm going to take on a very different tone. And you're not going to like my tone because we're going to fight. Like, I can't. It's just, oh, talk to me like I'm stupid. Like, Last said my favorite smoothie lately is almond milk, cottage cheese, bleh, peanut butter, banana, whey protein, and frozen Greek yogurt cubes. Nice. That is a lot of protein. Holy shit. Yep, the US one is total bullshit. The Mediterranean one is better. Oh, the Mediterranean diet, yeah. But the Mediterranean diet doesn't work as well here if you're using American ingredients because our flour is different, our everything, our sugar is different. Everything is so much worse than it is anywhere else. Like Italian flour is different. You won't get sick on that. You're not gonna, nothing bad's gonna happen. Hold on. What? Hello? I'm live. Thank you.
Was that in front of the door? Take these from the bank.
Thank you. All right, just give them to me. I'm live. Go away.
Should I take
No, I'll look at
in my name?
Fine. Goodbye.
Wait,
No, go.
fine. I'll let you do it.
I'll do it later. Goodbye.
All right. Comment for it though. I don't know what it is.
Bye. Unbelievable. Like my time is everybody's and not mine. That was my son, by the way, bringing me the mail because, sure, okay. I don't think all this mail is mine, but whatever. What the hell is that? Oh, it's my bonnet. It's my bonnet for my hair. It's for my hair. Oh, that's my mother's. Oh, I'll give it to her later. Where was I? I hate when he does that. Oh, yeah, ingredients from other countries are just better. They really are. Case in point, my food allergies. Yep. Everything has to be individualized. Arby said, I think Sunday was my best show I've done. I was there. I wasn't talking much, but I was there. I did a bunch of work on the presentation and try to make it worth people's time. First hour or so, I presented about the media, social media, and manipulation fear. If anybody's interested in that topic, yes, make sure you throw his link up there. How far behind am I? Oh, half an hour. Not bad. I'll catch up. I always liked Randy Orton better than The Rock and all the Roman Reigns bullshit pushing. Yeah. I mean, Roman Reigns, I like Roman Reigns, but he's a bit much. I love Seth Rollins. I do. I love me some Seth Rollins. He's just such a flamboyant asshole. I can't not like him. Like he comes out, he's like, yeah, Monday Night Rollins, and he's just so full of himself, and I'm there for it. Love the swagger. Ellie said, I've been learning that if I fast and don't eat breakfast, my glucose is high as fuck. I have to eat in the morning to get my blood sugar to go down and stabilize. I learned I don't eat enough because I disorder. Yeah, I know. I get you. Suzanne, if a Canadian is asked about a wrestler, you're going to hear about Andre the Giant, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Rod Thunderheart. Nice. Hulk Hogan. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's old school. That's so old school. Actually, Kevin Owens is Canadian. Kevin Owens is Canadian. Chelsea Green is Canadian. Oh God, I know that there are others. You got Sami Zayn is Canadian. So a lot of really good wrestlers, really popular right now, they're Canadian. Of course, Chelsea Green, I don't like her. I just don't like her. My metabolism is broken from years of not eating properly. I feel you, Ellie. I feel you. HBK, the Heartbreak Kid. Oh, Shawn Michaels. Okay. Heartbreak Kid went right over my head. If you would have said Shawn Michaels, I know who that is. Him with his cowboy hat. Hulk and Rod are friends of mine. Nice. Nice. Suzanne knows all the coolest people. Ellie found my current goals from her are 2,000 calories, small meals all day, 100 to 125 grams of protein. That's hard to do. 100 ounces of water, 18 milligrams of iron, 35 grams of fiber. I'm bloated all day. Oh no. No. There's got to be something like some herb or something you could add that's a anti-gas. Come on. Got to be something. Walter the Psycho Chef Cook. Okay. I don't know what a chef cook is. I just said, I hear you for different reasons. I didn't eat properly for a long time, but it wasn't my choice back then. I'm glad to see you're getting healthy again and working on changing things. A lot of you are really radically changing the way you eat and the stuff you eat. I couldn't radically do mine. Winning worked with me to start pulling in different organic things. There's certain things, if I can't eat it organic or I can't get the organic alternative, I just don't eat it. I've cut out a lot of sugar. I still have my treats because I'm not going to deny myself of everything, because then that makes me obsessive that I'm missing out on it, and I'll go the other way. So I know if I really, really want chocolate, one of the ways that I got around that is I got the chocolate chips and I put them in the freezer. I just got a bag of chocolate chips and I got the dark ones because dark chocolate is better for you. And I keep it in the freezer. So when I want chocolate, I go and I grab, and they're the mini chips. I get a handful of the mini chips and I pick on those instead of having a whole chocolate bar. If I really, really, really want something crunchy, I'll go for crackers rather than potato chips or the Cheetos, because I love Cheetos. I love Funyuns and I won't eat them now. One, they're too salty for me, so that's not good for me. But two, I found out what's in the coloring and I can't eat them now. But I'll go for a wheat thin, or I'll go for a saltine, or a piece of fruit. I try to eat fruit more often now than I used to. But there's little things like the meat. They don't buy the meat that I want, so I buy the meat that I want and I only cook it for me. Because they won't eat it. So it's all right. And my kids don't always like the stuff that I put in it. They don't like mushrooms and whatever. And I like to make hamburger with mushrooms and mozzarella and whatever. But yeah, so I mean, you just incorporate little things, and little changes make a huge difference. They bitch about the water. Oh, just drink the tap water. I drink filtered water. Stop. It's fine. And I have to drink a lot of it But it's a constant fight with these people. Elephant said, "Oh my god, I wish I could eat that many calories. 2,000 calories. I fluctuate anywhere between 500 and 1,000 calories a day. It and just because my body's just not processing food the way it used to. So if I don't do that, it's going to be ridiculous. Uh, that's a normal body response from not eating enough, making a leap in the kcals. You'll get through it. Watch sodium intake. Too much can do that. Sodium kicks my ass. Ellie said, I'm fluffy. No, I'm fluffy, but starving myself didn't make me lose weight. It made me gain weight. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. So fuck all y'all. You tell fatties to stop eating. Never tell fatties to stop eating, because if they do, you're gonna have to deal with their attitude. They are not pleasant. I'm saying, foodie people who love food and you tell them to stop, you are going to get the hangriest, nastiest people you've ever met on the planet. Oh my God. They will snap at you just for breathing. Eating smaller meals more often can help keep people's metabolism moving. Starvation can shut down the metabolism. Mm-hmm. Also, being sedentary does not help. My boy Harlem drinks hot sauce. Nice, Suzanne. I'm trying to catch up. I am, guys. I'm a half hour behind. Before I went to boot camp, I definitely had an eating disorder, or 500 or less calories a day, smoked to not be hungry. Oh, I remember those days. All of us be like, we're all going on a diet together. We got to lose like 10 pounds in like 3 weeks. Nothing but cigarettes and Diet Coke. Mm-hmm. I remember that was called 1989. Smoke to not be hungry, exercise for hours a day. Yeah, no, we didn't do that. We were teenagers. We didn't exercise. We got to walk everywhere. None of us drove. That was exercise enough. Oh yeah, the water pills. That was a thing. Taking the water pills. And it was just, oh my God. I'm amazed any of us have kidneys left. Like, how are we not all in renal failure? Because water pills was a thing. Just like Dexatrim. I used to take Dexatrim for energy. If I was feeling like sluggish, because man, one Dexatrim and I could solve everything in the world. Like, oh good God. It was I just spoke at like 1,000 miles an hour. Not eating enough sends signals to the brain to conserve, because starvation mode can cause weight gain. Yep. Oh my God, with my dad, we've been a bit lazy about getting eggs. We forgot for 2.5 days, and I had 26 eggs out in the layer box. Well, luckily, they're fine out there. Do you have a problem with your chickens pecking at the eggs? We have one mean chicken that likes to go around breaking everybody's eggs. And I told him, I was like, you need to find out which chicken it is and kill it, because I don't want no mean chickens. Time to make some quiche. That's what we had frittata 3 days in a row. But we had it with the spinach. I don't like just a plain egg. I like an entire thing of spinach in my frittata. Like my frittata needs to be green. Like it's all green. But it's so good. It's so good. Sweet Baby Ray's buffalo wing sauce is the bomb. It's my son's favorite. And I love putting it. As long as I mix it with butter, it's amazing. You're starting the carnivore diet tomorrow. Awesome. Good luck with that, honey. Good luck. Hot spicy is a boy thing, Shelly. Nah, I love spicy. I just don't like, I don't mind if my mouth is on fire from the hot sauce, but I don't like it when my lips react to it, because I don't know. I feel like it dries out my lips. I don't like it. I have very full lips. And I know you're all going to go, whatever. But like I just have very pouty lips. So like when I eat something, if it's really, really spicy, I feel like my mouth is like all red, but not in like a good way. And then I wind up with like Angelina Joe lips. Like it's just egg pasta, egg drops. Egg drop soup is so easy to make. I don't know why people don't make it more often. My son was like blown away. 'Cause I went and got the chicken stock and I put the chicken stock in the pot and I boiled it and he was like, "How is that egg drop soup?" I was like, "Get me the egg." And all I did was just crack it and throw it in the boiling broth and I mixed it with the whisk. And he was like, "Holy shit, you made egg drop soup." I was like, "I made egg drop soup." I was like, "That's how easy that is." He was like, "I didn't know that." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "What do you think?" I don't know if they think there's like, "Oh, it's Chinese food, so you got to be magical to make it." No, like it's just food. You just have to understand how certain things cook. You do everything in moderation food wise. That's smart. I went from a little overweight to like 40 pounds underweight because of that recruiter. Who knows what damage that did to my body? Yeah. I made some pepperoni and tomato jam this morning. Pepperoni and tomato jam. I think you need to elaborate on that because my brain just went and said, nope. I can't even imagine. Pepperoni and tomato jam. I mean, we call that gravy. I'm putting it on eggs. The one thing I can't put on eggs is ketchup. I can't do it. I've seen people do it and I'm like, but why? Why? Why ruin perfectly good eggs? I don't understand. Like ketchup has a time and place. Don't put that on eggs. What is wrong with you? That's like people who put ketchup on pizza. I'm like, why? Why would you break my heart like that? Ellie Fun, I absolutely hate water pills. Yep. Sounds like something my boy would like. Yeah, can you really pack meat too hard? I mean, yes, you can. Ask Spanky, I broke his. Crisp diced pepperoni in a pan. Then you take diced tomato, some Italian spices, a little sugar, cook it all down in the pepperoni fat until it's jammy. Oh, I gotta try that because my son loves pepperoni. That's his go-to. Smoothie sounds similar to the protein bowl recipe. Nice. And he remembers the 80 crazy of fat free. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was bullshit. It absolutely was bullshit. It's 100% fat free. Yeah, but it's like triple the calories and double the sugar and double the sodium. So you're not getting the fat, which your body needs, but here you have all this extra shit. It's like, oh, okay. Yep, they claim that margarine was healthier than butter. Margarine is literally like a molecule away from plastic. Like, I can't. There's a reason why when you put margarine in the microwave, it doesn't melt. It doesn't. You have to take a fork or a knife and break that shit up, or it's not breaking up. It's just not. Yeah, I know. And we always had margarine in my house, and I used to be like, "Where's the butter? God damn it! Where's the like?" I love butter. I like the saltiness of the butter. I just love butter. We always had margarine. It was like, ugh. Like margarine does make me sick instantly. Typing is hard today. Everything for me is hard today. And you know what's funny? Like I've been so depressed over this fucking YouTube bullshit because the last show that I did, when I ended the show, I had 82 views. And then it went up with rewatches to 97. And I had 97 views on the last thing that I did. And then all of a sudden it dropped down to 60, like 2 days later. I lost 37 views for no fucking reason. Didn't lose any likes, didn't lose any subs, but they halved my views. And I was like, but why? Like, I don't understand. Like, where'd they go? Where'd they go? were they just bots and it took them days and days to like get, but then why are bots coming to my fucking show? Like, leave me alone. But it was really, really, it was a kick to the teeth for me because it happens a lot with YouTube. I'll get like shows where I'm like, oh, good, that was popular. People liked it. Da, 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 da. And then a couple days later, half the views. And it just makes me want to just give it up. It seriously does, because it's like, what's the point? I wouldn't mind if you just told me this is how you're doing. Okay, that's how I'm doing. I can work with that. Don't tell me I'm doing better than I think I was doing, and then make me feel good about what I was talking about. And oh, you had a good show. You did a good job. And then you go and take them away and I feel like a failure. I'm so ready to like just say, fuck YouTube. Like because it really is a kick in the teeth. It really is. It hurts. I already lack confidence. I don't need that too. And then it just gets like dismissed. It's like everybody else's thing is important. Mine, nope. Well, you got to do that. Don't tell me how to improve, because I'm not going to take it well. I'm just not. Dad taught me cook the recipe exactly the first time, then the next time modify the hell out of it. Yeah, no, I cook it however the fuck I want. Because I already know in my head what it's going to turn out like if I do it a certain way. My head runs through the scenarios every single time. I don't have to actually do the thing to know what the end result is going to be. Anybody remember that? Yeah, we did that. 80s, for fuck's sake. First time I was 30 plus under because somebody restricting the amount, not because of being overweight. It was because I needed to make sure kids ate 18 years ago while I was, getting on your feet. I get it, honey. I get it. Yeah, the whole fat-free shit was bullshit. Who remembers childhood lunches? Not from school, but brown bag lunches. Oh, yeah. You had PB&J, granola bar, chips. I didn't have any of that. I'm Italian. I had a thermos full of chicken soup, or I had a tuna fish sandwich, or I had a chicken cutlet wrapped in aluminum foil, or I had an eggplant sandwich, or I had what's called a scamots. That was like the big treat. A scamots is cheese, but it's this ball of cheese that hangs from a rope that I told you about it the other day. The outside is really hard, kind of like skin, and the inside is semi-soft. And yeah, if I opened up my Star Wars or my Dukes of Hazzard lunchbox, because those were the two I had, there was always a thermos, which always had soup, because you always had soup. And you couldn't open it because of the fucking vacuum that it would make. And you had whatever grandma put in there. So like if I got like carrot sticks, there were carrot sticks in there. There were celery sticks. There were cherry tomatoes, a thing of grapes, a prickly pear. Like, most people don't know what a prickly pear is. It's cactus fruit. It's those red, like pink red cactus fruits. That's my absolute like to die for fruit. That and a persimmon. Those are my absolute two favorites. And I can't find them anywhere. So it's just like, ugh. But yeah, it's the prickly pear. It's all red on the inside with thick black seeds that go in like a circle. Kind of looks like a red version of a kiwi. But I mean, I would find and people like, some of the people would look and like, you knew the Italians in the group because they go, oh my God, where'd you get that? I wanted that, but there were none left. I got the last one. It was like, we knew what Nutella was long before it became popular here. Like, that's just what we ate. Like, you had the hazelnut spread. Okay, that was breakfast. You take that, put that on a piece of, toast, close the toast, and that's your breakfast. Good, go, goodbye, and you're good. Like we always had that. That was not a treat for us. That was not a dessert. That was part of what you ate. Like that was just it. I would go with chickpeas. Everybody thinks, oh, hummus, it's so good. Like nobody knew about this. We have been eating chickpeas for the duration of time, but we don't cook them and like grind them up and make them into like this hummus that you no. We have a jar somewhere in the house with chickpeas with the shell, and you eat the whole damn thing. How I didn't break my teeth as a child, I will never know. But that's what we ate. Like it just was how it was. Uh, we didn't eat Wonder Bread. Like we had Wonder Bread because occasionally you wanted a grilled cheese and that's what you used. But otherwise, we just had Italian bread, big long loaves of Italian bread that I would go to the store twice a day to go get, once for lunch, once for dinner, because it's got to be fresh. So we just ate different. I'll do that with pumpkin pie once in a while. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I never had like, I think once my mother made my lunch and she had got me the crackers with the little thing of the fake cheese at the end. And I was so excited and it was so good because I had never had one and all my friends used to eat them. And when I went home, my grandmother found, because I used to like close the garbage up and put in there because we didn't get up and go throw our garbage out. You had to take your garbage home with you when I went to school. I know it's weird. And I put the stuff in my lunchbox and I went home and my grandmother goes, "What the hell is this?" I was like, "Oh, mommy got me crackers." And she goes, "That's not real cheese. That's not real crackers. You know how old this must have been?" And she was like, "You like this?" And I was afraid to say yes. I was like, well, well, you obviously liked it. You ate it. Well, I was hungry and it was lunch and I had to eat it because that was all I got. And she was like, "Oh, your mother, I'm going to have to talk with your mother because she doesn't know how to make your lunch." And I was just like, bro, my mother never made my lunch again. And I never got those crackers in my lunchbox. I bought them for myself years later, but, and it tastes just as bad as you would think, but it's just like, haha, it's like a to my grandmother. But she was livid that my mother put this fake ass shit when she could have just went and bought a scamotz or got me like some salted twist, some mozzarella, and put it in a container and put it in my lunchbox, and that would have taken care of that. But no, she took the easy route and gave me that prepackaged bullshit that my grandmother hated. And see, Grandma Winning would have got along real well. Real well. All he would have had to say was, "This is what's in that, and that's bad for your family." Oh, then we're not eating that. Well, I'll find something else. See, for grandma, it didn't matter how much money she spent on the food as long as it was going to be good for her family. Like she didn't like store-bought stuff. She liked making everything from scratch. All her macaroni was from scratch, everything. So that was just how she was. And I mean, I do that a lot. I do. But my mother was very much like, "Here, it's prepackaged. I don't have to put any effort." There you go. She's still like that. Harlem will eat a whole cheesecake easy. Oh my God. Doesn't they get like the runs? God, that much fucking dairy? That's a lot of cream. I mean, I make it with the cream cheese. I don't like the ricotta cheesecakes. No. I make it with cream cheese and it's just like a really heavy, creamy cheesecake, but so good. He'll eat a whole pumpkin pie as well. I'm not that big on like, I like pie, but like one slice is enough for me. Hostess Susie Q's. We keep them in the freezer we kept them in the freezer when I was a kid. Best ice cream sandwich ever. We just had ice cream sandwiches. Grandma would make waffles and we'd put ice cream between them and eat that. We always had waffle sandwich ice creams. That was one of her favorite things to make in the summertime. Or we had I grew up on icebox cake. And that's graham cracker, like a layer of graham crackers, then a layer of pudding, a layer of graham crackers, a layer of pudding, layer of graham crackers, layer of pudding, layer of graham crackers. And yeah, put it into you can do anywhere from 2 to 5 layers, depending on your ambition that day. And you can make like chocolate, like one time she did chocolate, vanilla, butterscotch, banana, and then chocolate. Oh my God, it was delicious. And then you just put it in the ice box to set, and you serve it that day. You finish it that day because graham crackers, they don't hold up against the moisture of the pudding for long. But oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Veggies, fruit, or applesauce, and juice box and water, occasional organic fruit leather. Oh, those were always fun. I wasn't allowed a lot of added sugar as a kid because ADHD or ADD, inattentive, and it would make me lethargic. Nap time. Good night, Suzanne. Sleep well, honey. Jordan Peterson's daughters talk about the benefits of people with epilepsy and how the carnivore diet helped her with controlling it. That I remember. I did. It also helped like her mood, her teeth, because her teeth got stronger with just eating meat. I wasn't allowed candy, but lunch had chips and Little Debbie's. I didn't even know what a Little Debbie's was till I was about 30. We never saw that shit. Like, never. I knew what a Twinkie was. I knew what a Little Sunshine cupcake was. But that was it. Like, anything Little Debbie, I had no idea. People used to talk about honey buns. I had no idea what those were. No clue. Because I just never bought them. And believe it or not, like the bodegas around my house didn't carry them. If I went down the projects, they had them. But in my neighborhood, nope. And if there was something different in the projects that they didn't sell in like my bodegas, I didn't buy it. Because I was like, it's not for me. Like, I don't know what that tastes like. I wouldn't even touch it. Like those damn cow tails. It's a candy, but I don't know what the fuck it was. What else? There's a certain chew, like a fruit chew. It's candy. But it's different than Starburst or whatever. Like Starburst was like the white people version, and then they had like what's it, Zamba? I think it's called. Like they had like the other, and then you had like the really like low rent, like Now and Later. Like it was like that was the shit you got for free on Halloween. Like that was the only time you ate those. You didn't buy them. Just like there was a difference between Bit of Honey and a Mary Jane. Like there's a difference, and the difference is in the price because they taste exactly the same. They're different thickness, different shape, different price, but it's the exact same thing. People are like, I hate Mary Janes. They taste up. No, they're not. They're delicious. They are delicious. Horrible for you, but delicious. That's why they make things taste so good, because they know they're bad for you and you're not going to be able to resist them if they taste that good. Then it was hamburger, tuna helper, and we had to cook it. Gen X. Yeah, see, I didn't fuck with hamburger helper. Like, no, I would make the macaroni. I would just boil macaroni and then just add stuff to it. But I mean, I knew how to make gravy, Italian gravy, by the time I was like 10. The first thing they taught me how to make was ham and eggs. I was 3. Nobody had to care that I'm 3 years old standing on a step stool over a fucking gas oven. Just, oh yeah, here. And they just walk away. Just walk away. Here you go. Make that. Okay. Education these days isn't about critical thinking. It's about demanding people conform to obtain a credential. Like I said, it's about everybody thinks the same because we're all different. Like, Education isn't about learning. It's just bullshit credentials. Credentialism. Yep. All right, I got to move ahead because I need to go do stuff today. Yeah, I had siblings with ADHD and issues. They didn't because no one thought about it. Yeah, no, you didn't have all these labels. You had good kids, bad kids, crazy kids. Like that's what you had. It wasn't that big of a deal. You knew which kids couldn't sit still. You'd say, oh, that's the one with ants in his pants. You didn't say he had ADHD. You just said he fidgets a lot. Like, oh, he can't sit still. Okay. So that kid's going to be, he's going to get punished a lot in school. He's going to have a lot of different things to write out or sit in the corner or go to the principal. But he's not overly medicated. He'll get through it. It's okay. Eventually he'll join the military and they'll, whip him into shape. Heidi said, unfortunately, there was a time, though, that when we broke free, baked potatoes, tuna, PB&J, and cereal were a constant because of the money in the food boxes. Oh, yeah. No. I went through that with, like, what's it called? The food banks. That I would have to go and, like, okay. Yeah, I did that. I did that when I was pregnant with Katie. After I stole the food because I was like, I can't do this. And so I did. I went and I hit up a food bank, and that's all you get. You get very, like, it's a very regimented schedule of what they give you. Like, they're very specific in what they give you. Having a mom that was a sped teacher helped some for my SIDS. That's cool. That's very cool. It's very expensive to use better ingredients than standard for Mediterranean way of eating. It is true, because a lot of it you have to have imported in, or you have to go to specialty shops. And even then, read your labels. Not just what's in the ingredients or what it says. Go and look all around that package and see where it's manufactured, distributed, and where it's grown. And I guarantee, even though it says certain things, you'll find out it's not coming from where you thought it was. So just be very careful. I had to refresh 3 times to see your chat. Damn. How you doing over there, Castro? You holding it down? Thank you very much. When I was on a very high fiber diet, people asked me if I suffered from gas. Well, I never suffered from it, but others may have. And that's the thing. You just let it go. Let it go. I've been doing mostly Mediterranean, but not always successfully on the more healthy sweets. Even too much organic sweets can be unhealthy. And it's true. It's true for a long time. You're a foodie at heart, Heidi? Me too. Cool gamer. I'm still here, everybody. Awesome. Thank you for hanging out. I had a feeling you were lurking. That's all right. You lurk, listen a lot. So do I. No problem here. I lurk everywhere. I lurk all the time. Because sometimes I just don't have the energy to engage. I really don't. So don't be sorry. Just glad you're here. Switching to the phone. But can tag. She says that just to aggravate Ellie. It's done out of love. Done out of love. My brother puts ketchup on pancakes. Stop it. Oh, he's evil. I must be destroyed. Mm-mm. Who puts ketchup on pancakes? Why would you? But why? But why? Oh, God, I'm so like, God, I'm not even that big of a pancake lover. And like, no, I'm not a huge fan of pancakes. I like them, but I don't know. I like them when I make them. I'm very picky when it comes to pancakes. And they should always be made in either butter or bacon grease, because, Lord. I do like fruity pancakes, though, like adding blueberries and strawberries and stuff like that to it, or chocolate chips, with not fruity, but tasty. Heidi said, hey, I blast your shows as much as possible. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. T-Rex, I've been watching Brooklyn 99. It's such a funny show. They're generally funny people. I'm not trying to say people's names today. And I'm going to share friendly channel. Aw, very sweet. We only had rye and whole wheat bread and occasionally Italian bread. No, it was purely Italian bread. The Wonder Bread we literally called it Wonder Bread. Like, because that was the only kind that she ever bought. And it was just 4 grilled cheeses. You did not make, no. Make egg salad, cut open an Italian bread. And you make, like a gabagool, like sandwich, it's an Italian bread. If you want egg salad sandwich, in Italian bread. Tuna fish in Italian bread. Like hamburger, you got hamburger rolls, hot dogs, you got hot dog rolls. Everything was very specific. But Wonder Bread, no. One very small loaf of Wonder Bread every like 2 weeks. That's what I used to buy for my grandmother because I did all the shopping. I remember when the loaves said on them thin, small, jumbo, thick, wheat. You know, it on the end of the Wonder Bread it said Wonder, and then it had that big, thing. You never had to wonder what you were getting. No pun intended. Fake cheese. It was fake cheese. It was that spreadable crap. Cream cheese is amaze balls for cheesecake. Oh, absolutely. Oh, the German cream cheese. I don't know. I've only ever used like Philadelphia or whatever the fuck was on sale because cream cheese to me is just cream cheese. I just need it as a base, and that's what I'm using it for. All the flavors coming from the other stuff I put in. And I tend to make like almond cheesecakes a lot because they're my favorite. Cowtails are okay. Mambas, there you go. Mambas are the fruit chews like Starburst that you're thinking of. Yep. And again, I did not see those in my neighborhood. I had to go to the other neighborhoods to get those. But then again, like I would go into like the Indian neighborhood and go to like one of their bodegas. And that was before they figured out, carry white people shit and you make more money. But they would have like more of their ethnic kind of food. And it was so weird to me to have like coffee beans that are like covered in chili powder, or coffee beans covered in like wasabi or whatever, or curry or whatever, like depending on like what neighborhood I went to. And it was just like, wow, like the snacks were so different. So different. If you go down into like the more Mexican Hispanic part, everything was spicy. Everything. Like you could literally just bite into a cupcake and you'd be like, oh my God, why is it so hot? Because it's got like some weird like cayenne covering on it. It's like, ugh. But yeah, that was always an adventure. Even the drinks. Like, do you think I ever saw pineapple soda before I went to a Spanish bodega? No. Like, we didn't even know that shit existed. The most that we went out like for soda was grape. That was like, all right, it's like wine, but with bubbles, and sugar. But we didn't know any of that shit existed. The first time I had a Malta, oh my God, I was like, my mother was like, you don't like that? I was like, no. It was so bad because I didn't know what to expect. And you can't prepare yourself for a Malta. And yet my friend Vicky, her mother used to buy cases of this shit and keep it in the corner in the kitchen so that she never ran out. Cases. I'm not talking about like a case of sex. No, I'm talking about like the big cases that you see in like the warehouses that they stack on top of one another. She would have like 3 or 4 of those in the corner. And I'd be like, who the fuck drinks that much bullshit? Like, we didn't even have that in wine in my house. And there were a lot more people drinking wine in my house than Malta in hers. Like, oh yeah, but she was like, don't throw it out. I'll take it. Okay, whatever. I still like, it still makes me gag a little bit to think of what it tasted like. I was not what I expected. And I did not react well. Yeah, always read the food labels. Gotta love to aggravate. Absolutely. Don't extend. God damn it. Oh, look, I'm caught up. Brooklyn 99 is a TV show, not a YouTube channel. I know. Coffee beans covered in dark chocolate with chili powder in it. Yum. Those are really good. I actually sent those to my friend Luca. His dad had gotten sick and he was like really depressed. This is when he was still working in Jersey. He's one of the VPs from Maserati. And he was really sad and I didn't know what to do. And I was like, he really loves coffee, but I don't want to send him coffee because that's stupid. Because he worked, like, ironically enough, in Elmwood Park. And I was like, what? I want to send him something. So I did. I sent him the chili covered, um, chili and chocolate covered uh, coffee beans. And he called me. He was like, "Oh, I got them. Thanks. I don't think I go. Oh my god, these are delicious." I was like, "Oh, good. I'm glad you like them because I never had them. I just figured they were up your alley." He was like, "Yeah," and so it was nice. He was like, "You got," and so he wound up shipping some back to me to make me taste them. I was like, "Ugh," but it was funny. Uh, if mom only knew the shit I got into because of that. Oh, nice, nice. Wait, remember when parents would say, "Don't come home until dinner"? I didn't have that luxury. My mother would say that on the weekends. Go out in the backyard and don't come in until it's dark or until it's time for dinner, whichever comes first. Um, but grandma, no. Grandma needed me to do errands and to do my homework. And so, no, I was right underfoot all day and all night. I had I had a 7:30 bedtime until I was like 9. And then it was like 8 o'clock until I was like 13 and daddy died. And I went moved in with my mother and just stayed up all night. But yeah, no, grandma was very strict about bedtime because my ass had to be up and ready at 7 o'clock in the morning, no matter what. Like whether I had school or not, she was not letting me sleep in. She was very much a creature of habit. And she believed routines were best for everybody, not just the kids, for everybody. So yeah, no, my ass went to bed early. Unless I had a test. Then I got to stay up an extra hour to study with her while she, you know, was my drill sergeant. But yeah, the only reason that I would get extra time was if it had a purpose. I had to be either doing a project for school. It was always academic. It was never, oh, this thing is on and I really want to see it. Well, too fucking bad for you. Like, you'll be fine. And that was part of like how we're raised. Thank you for that segue because it's going to bring us right back to where we were. I made like a whole list. Like, all right, so I was talking about Crockett. I said that. The Epstein list, I hope that comes out soon. Now they're talking about how there's being files destroyed, which I don't believe. I think if they were going to destroy files, they would have done them a long time ago and did. I'm pretty sure they did. We keep looking at all these crimes being committed with no arrests. But you know what really struck my fancy? What really inspired this entire thing? Because, like I said, I could talk about what you call it, so that you know that I could just talk about Gen X forever. But it was inspired by something. I saw a meme that says Trump staff, what do you notice? And it's Elise Stefanik, Gen X, Lee Zeldin, Gen X, Pete Hegseth, Gen X, Mike Waltz, not Walls, Waltz, Waltz, Gen X, Elon Musk, Gen X, Kristi Noem, Gen X, John Radcliffe, Gen X, Mark Rubio, Gen X, Matt Gaetz, Gen X, Tulsi Gabbard, Gen X. And then you have Tom Homan, Boomer. And the only two millennials, Vivek and JD. Like, really? Really? It's all Gen X, and everybody's like, Gen X didn't do shit. Well, see, now we're here now. Now you should be worried. And that sparked this entire thing because we really are like the most apathetic. Because you look at people, we grew up taking care of ourselves. We grew up no warning labels on anything. You know why? Because if we were going to be stupid, they just let us. It was natural selection. Like, dude, if they can't like ambulate a curb, if they can't navigate their way up onto a curb by themselves without directions being spray painted on the damn sidewalk, then what are they even here for? Like, that's just a drain on our resources. You weed the weak ones out. You know, that's what we did. You figured it out. There was no, huge LGBTQ thing. Like that didn't happen. It didn't exist. You knew gay people. Did you bring it up at parties? Did you have them walk into a room wearing a shirt saying, "Hey, I'm gay"? No. They kept this shit to themselves. The same way if I was, well, your parents, like nobody knew that their parents were screwing. You didn't know if your mama was a freak because she kept that shit to herself. And your father was respectful enough not to throw that shit out there. There were innuendos here and there. There was maybe an ass grab or whatever. But for them, they didn't put all their business out there. We didn't need warning labels on curling irons that they're not for internal use. You didn't have like things on coffee that say caution, hot, because you knew it was hot coffee. There were things we figured out for ourselves, either through common sense or you learn the hard way. Like, but one way or another, you learned. We didn't need it all spelled out for us. We didn't need our hands held, which was a good thing because nobody was holding our hands unless it was to lead us off a bridge. Like, we just didn't have that. We were the guinea pigs. Everything in our life was fuck around and find out because nobody was telling us anything. We didn't have the internet. And you didn't have encyclopedias unless you were rich. You just didn't. You went to somebody's house and they had the encyclopedia or they had all the books that, they sold at the supermarket. Remember they used to sell like a book a week? And you were always missing letters because they just would skip shit. Or your mother wouldn't go to that same grocery thing because there was a big sale at another one. You're like, but I need the book. No, like, But if you went to somebody's house and they had like whole sets of stuff, ooh, that was money. You knew they had money and you knew that they were a little free with the money because my family had money, but they weren't buying books with it. Like that shit, they were buying stocks maybe, but not books. Like they were not investing in an encyclopedia for a couple grand. Like no. Oh, you want the encyclopedia? The library is 3 blocks that way. That's what my grandmother told me. Go ahead, go to the library. Here's a bunch of dimes. You can make copies. Great, thanks. We didn't have any of that stuff. We didn't have. Do you any of you remember going to the doctor's office? Do you know I didn't know that I didn't have health insurance as a kid? My mother only got health insurance for me when I hit like 13 when daddy died because Social Security had set it up with her that his benefits, I got the monthly check from his benefits, but I qualified for, I don't know, like a reduced Blue Cross Blue Shield or whatever because of whatever insurance he had because of the firehouse and whatever. But I didn't have insurance. And why would I? I never went to the doctor. I was a preemie baby and still never went to the doctor. Like, she just call him up. He'd call and be like, how's she doing? Okay, I'm going to notate it in the file. And he'd just write down, baby's fine. Is she eating? No, there was no weighing me. There was no what percentile does she fall into. None of that. There were no blood tests. It was, oh no. When I went to the doctor for my yearly checkup, he'd do the anemia test. They used to prick your finger, put it on a glass. What the hell? My brain is shutting down, which means so am I soon. They would just put it on the slide, the glass slide for the microscope, because they didn't run it through a machine. He literally went in the next room with it, put it under the microscope, and went, "You're a little low on your, you're low on the anemia, so we're gonna have to, eat more iron." He didn't give me a shot. He didn't give me pills. He didn't give me a prescription. It was just give her more meat and green vegetables. Like just give her more iron like that. Don't cook the vegetables. Give her raw. It's like, I don't want raw green vegetables. I don't like them. But I'd be like, oh, raw meat. He was like, no, cook the meat. Because I did like raw meat when I was a kid. I still do. Anyway, I know. Winnie just yelled at me for like the whole thing literally 2 days ago, so I don't want to hear it. But we didn't go to doctors. When I got a cold, I didn't go to a doctor. Ever. You didn't go to the doctor when your stomach hurt. You didn't go when you had a rash. You didn't none of that. Everybody in the house had an opinion about what was wrong with you and how to fix it, and they each took a shot at you. And somebody would make you feel better or it would pass. Or they'd make you feel worse so you don't remember your original freaking malady. But like unless you had a broken bone or a fever over 103, you were not going to a doctor. You just weren't. Even when I got the German measles, I didn't go to the doctor. My grandmother called him and said, "This is what she looks like." And he said, "Okay, this is the problem. Make sure you keep her temperature down and don't let her scratch, and I'll be there in like 3 days." Because he wanted to miss the incubation period where I was contagious. Because he was like, "No, I'm gonna take this shit for her and give it to everybody else." No, she can wait. She's fine. She ain't dying. She's fine. She's good. Like, but that's the way it was. If you were outside with your friends and you fell, just go to wherever there was a garden hose, wash it off, and keep going. Because if you went all the way home, what are you doing? You better not get blood on my carpet. Go in the bathroom, go clean it out, put a Band-Aid on it, and get the hell back out. Like they didn't care. There was oh my honey, let me see. Oh, let me blow on it. So that the peroxide doesn't hurt. I never knew that if you blew on the peroxide that it doesn't hurt anymore. However, you're also blowing all that bacteria from your mouth into the open thing. So it's just let it sting. It's fine. And peroxide's not really good for you anyway, but I digress. But there was no coddling. Did you get coddled? I didn't get coddled. I literally went to the nurse's office. My knee was hanging off. Like there was a flap of skin because this kid, Alex, fucking pushed me. And we didn't have, just regular flat playground for recess. No, we had an old parking lot with potholes and glass. And so he pushed me and I skipped. We were running and he pushed me on purpose. And I skidded like 6 feet on one knee. And when I got up, there was pieces of asphalt and pebbles and gravel and glass and like cigarette ash and everything in my knee. And there was a good like 2 by 2 inch flap of knee that was just hanging down. Just all that skin was just like the whole thing that I was like, ooh. And even my friends were like, "Oh my God, that's so gross." And I went to the nurse, Miss Petrosino, Pat, who sat there chain smoking at her desk. "What's the matter, darling? Come in here. Come in here. Sit down. What's the matter, Michelle?" "Oh, yeah. Oh, you got a little boo-boo? It's a little boo-boo. Sit down. You want me to call your grandmother?" "I'll call your grandmother. You want me to do it now?" "All right. What do you want? You want to go back to recess? All right. Let me clean it." She would spray some shit on it. "Do you need a Band-Aid?" Like my knee is hanging off. Yes, I need a Band-Aid. All right. Let me just put this on here. All right, you good to go. Look at me. Look at you. You got a temper. What are you going to do if I let you go back outside? Nothing. I just want to go play. "Don't you hit nobody." And I legit remember her saying that. And I looked at her. I said, "Then I better not go back out." She was like, "Did the son of a bitch do it on purpose?" "Yes." "Go ahead, go back out. Get him in the neck." And was like, oh my God. Pat was fucking great. And the funny part is I had her son, Anthony, was my chemistry teacher in high school. The dude, he used to friggin' pop wood in front of us all the time. And we'd be like, "Oh my God, somebody look away," because he wore khakis. And if he got real excited, he got a little bit of a wet spot. And it was just like, I'm 17 sitting there going, "Really? Like, really? This is the shit I got to put up with?" And he's talking about chemistry. And we're all sitting there looking at each other go, "Did you hear a word he said?" Like, I know it's honors class, but he my friend Jason, who was like, he was the big man on like the baseball and football team. He's sitting next to me, and like this one day, he goes, "Stop doing that." I was like, "Stop doing what?" He goes, "You." He was like, "I know you want a cigarette, but get the pen out of your fucking mouth." I was like, "Why? Is it bothering you?" And he was like, "No, but he's enjoying it." And I was like, "What?" And I looked forward. I was like, "Oh man." And he was like, "He's been watching you." He goes, "He hasn't even talked and nobody noticed." I was like, he was like, "Wait, wait, wait, drip, drip, drip." I was like, "No, come on." It was bad. It was bad, y'all. Like, this is the shit that we dealt with, that it was normal for us. It was just normal. Now it'd be a lawsuit. And oh my God. And you got to bring everybody in. And da-da-da. For us, it was like, oh, whatever. Fucking old perv. Like, come on. But Pat was great. She was, honey, honey, come here. Come here. Like, my mother has a different kind of voice, but Pat was right. Darling, darling, what are you doing? Oh, my precious. You're just such precious angels. I just love you all. She was amazing. She lived forever. Like, she literally lived forever. But she sat there like she had 2 ashtrays on her desk, because one would fill up and then she would just leave it to cool, and she'd fill the other one up and then dump the old one. But it was, oh, she had the coffee urn in the corner. Yeah, so it was just all black coffee and like tons of cigarettes. And she smoked Benson Hedges and Virginia Slims, same as my mother. Because if like they were at a PTA thing or whatever, she'd go, Marianne, Marianne, let me bum a cigarette, Marianne. It's just like, whatever. Fucking characters. But I mean, she slapped a friggin' Band-Aid on it and sent me back out to go punch Alex in the neck, which I did many, many times. I even put his head into the brick wall, and I didn't get in trouble for it. I was mad. I took him, I put him in a headlock, and I ran at that wall, and boom! And I didn't care if I busted his shit open or nothing. Nope. He had the whole, like, the road rash on his forehead and everything. I didn't get in trouble. Nobody even said boo to me. But it felt good. I remember bashing his head into that wall. It was literally right next to the doors that would swing out, that came out from the gym into the parking lot. And I remember just taking him and bam! And oh, I felt good because I hurt. My knee hurt. Don't fuck with me. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, no, we were not coddled. If it wasn't broken or life-threatening, you didn't see a doctor. So I never had insurance, and I didn't realize that it was weird to not have insurance. Like, my kids have had insurance, medical insurance, health insurance since the day they were born. I made sure of it. But I didn't have shit. It was like, no. And it was very rare you got taken to the emergency room. I didn't visit an emergency room for myself until I was 17, when I completely dislocated my knee and I just tore through everything. And that's because my grandma was like, she was panicked and just called the ambulance after making me walk from my house to her house, because God forbid that the ambulance go to my house. It has to go to hers because she was just more comfortable with that. But yeah, so I actually had to walk further from my house to her house than I would have from my house to the hospital. I had to walk a half a block extra. Ain't that a bitch? It's like, really? Like, we could have just went out the back door and the hospital's right there. Like, across the street. It's right there. Nope. She made me go all the way around to go to her house to call the ambulance because I needed transportation. Okay. Grandma was amazing. I don't think she always made sense, but it is what it is. I remember my parents would say, "Don't come up there." Exactly. If my mom only knew the shit I got into. I was such a good kid, despite the fact that I just told you I ran a kid head first into a wall. I was a really good kid. Sim said, "I'm gonna make carrot cupcakes." Ooh, with cream cheese frosting at the end of the week for a friend's birthday. Those are so good. I love carrot cake. I got to be in the mood for it though. And it's got to be a really good carrot cake. Like, it's got to be spicy. There's got to be almonds involved. And yes, the frosting has to be cream cheese frosting. Not any of that buttercream bullshit. But yeah, no. Oh, God. I like to do it with the almond slivers all like pushed up against the whole outside of it and like along the border of the top. Oh, so good. The one who passed away, so I'll have to eat a lot of them. Oh, saving my carbs for that. It's nice that you're making those, though. It's sweet. In remembrance. Heidi said, yeah, there was a time I wasn't allowed to go anywhere in high school. Yet allowed to go to Germany with German Club. How's that work? I wasn't allowed to go down the projects, but my grandma think nothing to put me on. Like, here's $20. I need you to go to Sims in Manhattan because there's a sale. Your aunt told me about it, but she didn't have the time on lunch and they only have a couple. And I need this house dress and I need you to go get it. I'm like, what? And she's like, just go. It's fine. You just take this train to that train to that train to that train. And you get up, you go upstairs, you go into Sims, get it and come home. And you should be home by dinner. Meanwhile, it's like 3:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, you want me to do all this in an hour and a half? Really? But I wasn't allowed to go down the projects by myself or at all. At all. I was not allowed to cross Monroe Street. Madison Street was as far as I was allowed to go because that's where my school was. But behind the school was Monroe Street, and I wasn't allowed to even step foot onto that street because that was the beginning of the projects. And it was too dangerous. But send me to Manhattan by myself. That's fine. On like 18 different fucking subway systems. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, you need to be. I can't leave you home alone in the house, but you can send me to the store 2 blocks away when I'm 5 by myself. That's okay though. But leaving me in my house, all the locks on the doors, I'm not cooking anything. I'm going to sit and read or listen to music or watch TV, and what, the whole house is going to come crumbling down? Like, I don't understand. Like, what, make it make sense to me. I can have all this responsibility, but then every time I want to do something, you can't do that. You're just a kid. If I'm just a kid, why am I working in the gas station? If I'm just a kid, why am I doing billing every month with you every single month? Like, if I'm just a kid, why am I in charge of all the grocery shopping, the Christmas shopping, all the errands? Like, explain it to me, because all I want to do is this one little thing, but you can't do that. You're just a kid. You're not old enough to do that. You're old enough to do everything I need you to do, but fuck you. Like, that's how we grew up. And I swear that's how we got complacent about where we are in the world, because we grew up with reasons like, because I said so. And we went, okay. Like, that was it. Because if you say, well, what do you mean? What if you said, I'll do it or else? How many of you were stupid / brave enough to say or else what? I was not. No, I was once. And then after that, not so much. And if they said or else, my teeth automatically hurt from the memory. So it was like, no, this is going to hurt me a lot more. This is going to hurt you. I doubt it. But I took that shit like, oh, they don't want to punish me. But yeah, it's my fault. I learned to take the blame. Even while I was getting punished, I learned to take extra blame. So it was like, what the fuck? They've really set us up to be like the most apathetic, like, do your worst. Well, how bad could it get? Like, I don't care. I got shit on my plate to do. I got my own life. I'm not worried about, everybody else. And that was the other part. Gen X was always told, mind your own business. Mind your business, shut your mouth. Mind your business, shut your mouth. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Does it affect you? No. Keep your nose out of other people's business. We had sayings for it. Yeah, this is an A-B conversation. See your way out. Like, if somebody said, "Oh, that's a BI business," or whatever, like, we had tons of little sayings for people to keep their nose out of our shit. And because that's the way we were raised. Don't go looking at other people's problems. Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself. And that's what we did. We worried about ourselves. We took care of ourselves. We worried about what was going on in our own little micro lives. And everything else was, not my circus, not my monkeys. Like, nope, nope. Oh, did you hear? No, and I don't want to. La, 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 la. Like, don't tell me. Because if you're going to give me aggravation, I got enough of that on my own. I can sit here and just aggravate myself. I don't need the world's input. That's how we got there. We got there by being told it's not your business. Shut your mouth. Oh, you heard it? Well, pretend like you didn't. How many people were told pretend like you don't see it? Ignore it. It'll go away. That was a favorite in my house. Just don't think about it. And it's not a problem. And here we are. Well, unfortunately for the people who forgot how we were raised, at some point, even when we were growing up, you were like, no, that's enough. We all had our breaking points. We all had a threshold. The fact that they brought an entire generation to the threshold at once is a testament to how bad they fucked up. Because you can't get us to do shit. You want to get us to have a conversation about musicians, about Metallica, Battle of the Bands. You want movie references. You want to talk about nostalgia, lawn darts, anything. We will talk about that shit ad fucking nauseum. Actual things? No. Deep conversations? No, not really. And now you got us all woke up. And we're all like, oh, see, now we're looking. Now we want to see. So guess what? We're going to put like these real big bulldogs in there, and they're going to get transparency for us because they understand us and know that if they tell us, we're going to get outraged, but we're also going to say, okay, fire him. Get rid of it. We are not the pussyfoot generation. We are not the, I know you'll do better next time kind of. No, that's you don't do your job. Get the fuck out. Pack your shit. Security. Like that. We don't care. Oh, don't you feel bad? No. But I lost my job. You wouldn't if you did your job. See how that works? We all grew up going, oh, if you put the effort in, you get the result out. That's how we were raised because nobody was just handing us participation trophies. No, if you went to a ball game and you tried out, like if you tried out for Little League and you didn't make the team, fuck you. You didn't make the team. You weren't good enough. Get better. Nobody cared that your feelings were hurt. It was, okay, you have a choice. You could go over there and cry and be a little bitch about it, or you can go over there and practice your pitching and your hitting and your running and get better and maybe make the team next year. If you don't make the team next year, maybe you just suck at that sport. I don't care how much you like it. Go find something you're good at. Or be a really, really good, rah-rah, like go do cheering. That's what I did. It was like, whatever. Like, okay, if you can't be athletic, be an athletic supporter. It's literally in Greece. Like, it's a line from the damn movie. Like, but that was the whole thing. And I know it's a whole jockstrap thing, but whatever. Like, the point was, if you couldn't do something, we didn't say, oh, keep trying and you might get. No, at some point, you're like, dude, you're not good at it. You're just wasting time now. You know what you are good at? Bowling. Why don't we go fucking join a bowling league? Like, bowling is not cool. We'll make it cool. Let's go. Like, everything we did was cool. Play billiards, and we didn't call it billiards. You want to go play pool? That was it. Go bowling, skating, We were the skateness generation. Lord. Like you see people, they're like, oh yeah. We had rollerblades. You know how hard it is to ice skate on those, like the one blade. Imagine putting that shit on wheels and going up and down curbs and everything. At least ice is flat. No, you're rollerblading through streets with cars. You're not getting hit by somebody, some 5-year-old who's coming around the freaking turn at the ice skating rink. No, you're getting hit by a car. And how many of us had rollerblades and you held on to cars and trucks so you can go faster? Because that's what we did. We took our lives into our hands every 2 minutes. It was glorious. But we're very resilient. We didn't pussy our way out of things. There was no quitting something just because it was hard to do. You quit because you sucked at it or you couldn't afford it. Those were the reasons. Or because you were dating somebody in there and then you broke up and you said, I just can't. Like, I don't want to see their fucking face anymore. So you did something else. But we didn't just quit because it got hard to do. You quit if you sucked at it and couldn't get better because it wasn't your thing. We also had no problem saying, yeah, no, I can't do that. That's not, I ain't made that way. No. Like, like I had no problem saying I have horrible coordination. Stop. I have great rhythm and yet I'm a complete klutz. So I can dance, but how long I'm going to dance without tripping, that's the mystery. Let's fuck around and find out. Let's see if I can stay on my feet. Oh, you want me to drink? I actually dance better when I drink. My coordination is better because I'm not as like in my head. I'm not as clumsy. It's weird. I speak better. I type better. I type perfectly when I'm drunk. You ever see like those people who actually slur in their text messages when they're drunk? I'm not that person. I am so meticulous because I'm so aware of what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm saying, but I know that it's all grammatically correct and spelled correct. I just don't remember what the content of the message is. And I probably said shit that I shouldn't, but I said it correctly. And that's what counts. Just saying. All right. That was a nice little rant for me. All right. There was a time I wasn't allowed to go in. Yeah. 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Do you know that my grandmother, every time that came on, she would actually stop what she was doing? Like when I got older, because that was still going when I was older. And she would look over and look at me like, I'm here? Like, what the hell? She, all right. And she'd go back. Like, did you really just check to make sure I'm still in the kitchen? I'm right next to you. Do you know where your children? She just stop and look at me. What? Don't do that. Like, stop looking at me. When I was like in the first or second grade, I used to ride my bike into the ravine. Yep. Turns out it was a waterway with the dam. The drop was over 20 feet, and I rode my bike down the hill to the water. I saw the thing as an adult and went, what the fuck? How am I alive? Girl, we used to jump from one pylon to the next when the piers broke down. So you know how you have all the pilings, not pylon, that's different. Pilings, the big telephone poles that they hammer into the ground for stability. Well, those remained when all the other planks of wood fell away on the piers. And our piers would go, 40, 50 feet out into the water, into the Hudson River. And we used to jump from piling to piling. And sometimes you'd have like one piling, then another one like 4 feet away with nothing underneath them but raging water that led out into the Hudson Bay, that led out into the Atlantic Ocean. And it was, and we did it all the time. We would go out, we would each pick our own piling and we would sit on the piling, not thinking there's sharks in that water, because there are. In the Hudson River, loads of sharks. Oh, yes, they love that waterway. And we didn't know that. It was just like, all right, like if you drop something, it's gone. If you drop in the water, you're gone. And we did it all the time. We used to go and we would climb up like to our friends' houses that had like 4 or 5 story houses, go up on their roofs, and we would sit on the edge of the roof with our legs and feet hanging over, watching everybody pass by on the street, not thinking any one of us could fucking fall. Never thought of that. Never thought, hey, maybe I shouldn't be up here on this hot ass tar roof that's sticky. Like, never thought it. Never thought it. The same way I didn't think that maybe you shouldn't smoke when you work in a gas station, because we all did. I never put a cigarette out like before I pumped gas. What are you kidding me? And then my grandfather was the same way. He would pump the gas with the hand that had the cigarette in it. He didn't give a fuck. He'd be in the car, like under the hood, and have the cigarette hanging out of his mouth while he's just toiling away. We never had explosions. We never had fires. Shit did not happen. Now somebody goes to a gas pump, they turn on their fucking phone, and 18 blocks of property blow up. Why? Why is it so different now than it was then? Like, we didn't have these problems. Shit did not go wrong because, yeah, we did stupid shit, but it didn't seem to fucking matter. But yeah, Ellie, I totally get it. You look back and you're like, oh my God, how did I survive my childhood? Like, how? How was I not taken as a child? I don't get it. Because I was adorable and really tiny. So I was compact. But my mother used to tell me nobody will ever take you. So don't worry about it. I'd be like, why? She'd be like, because you're such a pain in the ass, they would bring you right back. Thanks, Ma. Thanks. She still tells me that. She's like, nobody would ever break in here and kidnap you because with your mouth, they'd bring you right back. Thanks, Ma. It's like, great. Even fucking burglars don't want me. Like human traffickers. They're like, skip her. Thanks. Okay. Remember how you used to be able to swing on swings and flip over the top bar? Girl, you remember the one that went around? That damn merry-go-round that had the bars on it that was always in like a pit of sand, which made it ridiculously hard to run through. And then you would jump on and get a concussion either from missing and hitting the thing before you fell, or from jumping in and hitting the bar that they had all like 6 or 8 bars that ran to the middle. And then you just pray somebody would come along and keep the damn thing going so you could just sit on it. But no, somebody would say, it's your turn. You got to push us. And you try to get off, but nobody wants it to stop. So you wind up like jumping off and you're catapulted off into the stratosphere. Yeah. Like, no. Or that weird thing that it was just like a bunch of metal circles going up a pole. And you had to somehow like climb the pole. And it was on a slant. So it was like, it was so hard to do. I hated that fucking thing. But yeah, I don't get how we didn't die playing. The lawn darts were especially egregious, which I love lawn darts, but like we literally aimed them at one another. Yeah. What was that thing? I had a soldering tool that was for kids when I was little. To make jewelry. Yeah, I'm literally dealing with like a soldering iron and metal that has like mercury and lead in it. Oh God. Easy bake oven. That was you're just asking for food poisoning with that. Oh, let me cook a cake, from this horrible like little mixture that they sent me, and I'm going to cook it in this really, really, like thin metal pan underneath a light bulb. Yeah, that's going to work. Like, oh God, some of the things that we did, they really were fucking just so stupid. That's why, like, now that they need instructions for everything, I'm like, you need warning labels and instructions for everything. Dude, we literally were freeballing it like all the time. It was just a whole lifetime of fuck around and find out, but not in a bad way. We're like, go ahead, try it. See what happens. What's the worst that could happen? Like that was the mentality. I mean, but and that's where I get, but did you die? Because at the end of the day, you tried all these new things. Like, oh my God, we did this. Okay, but did you die? No, well, then you're successful. It was a good day. Move on. Like, let it go. Yeah, we had all that shit. But no, looking back, you're like, oh my God. It's not even the trauma that shaped us as much as all this bullshit. But this is stuff we look back and we're like, man, can't believe I did that. My poor kids are never going to get to do that. I feel bad for them. I do. I feel bad for them. They're never going to get to have the kind of fun that I had. They're never going to get those experiences. To them, it's just like, oh my God, who let you do that? What do you mean let? Well, your mother let you do You're assuming my mother knew where I was. Like, you're assuming they knew what I was up to. Like, no. I mean, I was watching movies that were way advanced for me. They didn't know because they weren't watching them. They were watching MASH and Archie Bunker and, like, what the hell was that cop show? Barney Miller. They were still watching reruns of the Andy Griffith show. Meanwhile, I'm over here watching like Hellraiser, Blue Lagoon. Like, I'm getting a whole education, all these different things. What are you watching? This thing about a pin. It's like a pinhead. Oh, she's watching a sewing show. That's what they thought. Oh, what are you watching? Blue Lagoon. Oh, it must be Jacques Cousteau. Like, they always, because they never came and checked. And it wasn't that they trusted me. They just didn't give a shit. They were just like, yeah, she's quiet. Leave her in there. She's fine. She's fine. She hasn't come out. Just leave her in there. I'm busy. I don't need her underfoot. I was like, okay. I listened to all sorts of music that they were just like, what are you listening to? I'm just listening to these guys from Brooklyn. It's like it's a local band. Oh yeah, who are they? It's just there's some B boys or whatever. It was the Beastie Boys. Like, my grandmother she would have never let me listen to that shit. I had that on the Walkman, and I made sure I held like it was at the lowest volume possible. I wasn't allowed to listen to any of that kind of stuff, but I did. It's just I would get the cassettes from my friends, and they'd be like, "Here, listen to the." It was like I don't know. It was at the time. It was like sneaking contraband into my house. Like my friend Malik would be like, "Oh, you know what? I just listened to a cassette," and we'd be sitting like out at recess whispering like our parents could still hear us. He'd be like, my brother brought home this thing from college and I'd listen to it. Here, you listen to it, but make sure don't do anything to it because I got to give it back to him. And I'd like sneak it home, put it in my Walkman and be like on the lowest volume, hands over my ears in the bathroom with the water running upstairs so she couldn't hear the damn music because I knew I'd get in trouble. Like, that's how like covert the operation had to be. And it was, I took every precaution and I always got caught. Never failed. First time out, you always get caught. Then you adapt. It's like my kids tried to pull so much stuff on me when they hit teenage years. And I was like, whatever you're thinking of doing, I've already done successfully twice. So you're not going to get one over on me. Like, y'all don't know how to be sneaky. I know how to be sneaky. You do not know how to be sneaky or how to cover your tracks. I do. And I'm not teaching you because that's just going to make parenting harder for me. But it was just, they don't get like how sneaky we could be. But yeah, the swings, and then it would go all the way around. I remember, do you remember when they didn't always anchor the swing sets to the floor? Like, they didn't always do like the cement boots on each, or they didn't, bolt them to the ground. Like, some of them they just put in sand. And if you were going hard enough back and forth, if you had like 2, 3 people on swings and you're all at the same thing, that swing would go and like, and you'd be like, go forward. I remember that. Or remember there was that horsey thing. It wasn't like the individual horse that like you can get on and it rocks back and forth in the middle of the playground. It was the one that was on the swing set. And it was like a double horse. Like you had one person on one side, one person, and you would go back and forth. Do you remember how many times that pinched either your hands or your legs? Because the thing in the middle swiveled, like it went back and forth. So you would either get your hand caught, and usually it was like the webbing between like your finger and your thumb, or it would come down really hard on your knee and it would pinch your knee in between the seat and the handlebar. And if you had a really fucked up friend on the other end, they knew exactly how far to push it to make you get hurt. And sometimes you just spent the whole time just hurting one another for shits and giggles because that's what you did. You guys remember that? How am I still alive? My bike riders are jumping off half and full pipe ramps should have nearly unalived me too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Who didn't set up a piece of plywood on a bunch of crates and decide, I'm going to Evel Knievel this bitch? Who didn't do that? We all did that. Me, pussy I was, I still did that on roller skates. And I fucked up my whole knee. But it's just like, the thing was, don't do it in the middle of the street. Do it on the street going into the sidewalk so that if you land, you're going to land on the grass. That was the way to keep from breaking your bones. Gen X didn't do anything. Here, hold my beer. Yep. We did everything. We just didn't like publicize that shit because we knew we'd get in trouble. Like, they're like, oh, these people, they don't know how to. We committed more crimes than you'll ever fucking get us to cop to because we did it. There were no cameras and we didn't talk about it, so we didn't get caught. And now statute of limitations ran out. So, but I'm still not telling you. Like, I know what crimes I committed. That's for me to know and you to find out. That's a Gen X saying. It's for me to know and you to find out. And we took that shit to the bank. Oh, you want me to find out? All right, I'm just going to have to find out everything about your entire family going back about 18 generations and educate you. And we could. For lack of internet, we were really good at finding shit out about people. Oh my goodness. Like, we were good. Like, oh, all right. Challenge accepted. Vivek announced he's running for governor of Ohio yesterday. Yep. And I'm super excited to proudly cast my vote. Cool. Good for you. I'll join you. Pulls down a beer or coffee, depending on time of day. There you go. I don't drink, but I'm sick of the boomer versus zoomer battle with Gen X watching the tards fight. Listen, we stayed out of it until, we were absolutely necessary. We know how to conserve energy. That's their thing. They're all just 24/7. You get tired. Nah, we're better in the zingers. Like we're very good at just send us in. We blitz them out. It's a turbocharge, whatever, and then we back up and go. All right, go on. Go in, wreck shit in like 5 minutes, and then give them the rest of the day to go ahead, go clean it up. It's fine. You're welcome. Like we conserve our energy. Not everything needs to be a fight. That's why we're like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? And then you hit on the thing that we're willing to fight about, and it's Armageddon. Like, you're just like, oh my God, what? Like, where did that temper come from? Oh, see, no, you picked on something I actually give a shit about. Shouldn't have done that. Like, you shouldn't have done that. We care about very little in life. Like, that's actually going to make us want to get up and go say something about it. But there's 2 or 3 things where you won't get us to shut up. Like, you press that button, I feel bad for you. Like I say, oh, you pressed my bitch button. but it's pretty much Gen X is anything. Like we have a couple things we're really passionate about. And we will go toe to toe with anybody all day, all night. Doesn't bring your receipts. I don't give a shit. I got a counter for you. I will fight you because I know my shit right here. Well, what about this? I don't care about that. Well, what about this going on in this guy? I don't care. It's not my country. I don't care. Like, well, what about that? No, I don't want to talk about that. Oh, then I'm gonna do. Go ahead, do you, boo? Like, go ahead. I think you're wrong. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I think you should do. Well, you could tell me all you want. Thank you for being so involved in my life, but I'm gonna do what the fuck I want anyway. But then you hit on one or two of those subjects, and it's like, where'd this person come from? Did you know they knew all this shit? Did you know that they could talk? Like, aside from like dirty jokes and sarcasm, did you know that they could speak? Like, wow, you're smart. Yeah, no shit. I didn't know you were smart. No, you don't need to know I'm smart. It's better to be underestimated. And that's us in a nutshell. The underestimated generation. They think just because you're quiet and not involved and you still love your video games and, we're going around talking about like Wayne and Garth and shit. Everything out of our mouth is a reference, a catchphrase, or a jingle. They think we're stupid. And then we turn around and they're just like, oh my God, yeah, I've known all that stuff you talk about. I know when you're right. I know when you're wrong. I just don't give a shit enough to butt in and make my presence known. Like, you want to debate that? Go ahead, knock yourselves out. But you want to talk about this thing that's important to me? Oh, see, no, you're going to sit down and I'm going to educate you. And that is the portion of history we have arrived at, friends. They pushed the wrong buttons. They brought stuff up that was important. Like, you want to talk about, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you want. I'm talking makeup on me, yeah, whatever, do whatever you want. Like, on grown men. You want to, all right, you're all killing yourself. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever the fuck. Oh, you want to hire Jose at Home Depot? I don't give a shit. Like, because I'm not going to do it. Like, that's us. And then you get to, oh, parents don't have any rights and we want to turn your boys into girls and girls into boys. What'd you say? Well, you don't have any parental. No. See, I grew up with no parental input. And I know how I turned out. I'm involved in my children's lives. You don't get to tell me I don't have a say. I put my money in that kid. I put my time in that kid. I have stretch marks for these little motherfuckers. Like, you don't get to tell me what to do with my kids. And you don't, what do you mean? What are you talking? Oh, history doesn't matter. History doesn't matter. Okay. What matters? Ideals. No, because see, your values are different than mine. So we're going to have a little bit of a problem. I don't want you teaching them. Well, you don't have a say. I don't have a say in my own kids' lives. Where are you going? I'm going to pull my hair back in a ponytail, take off my earrings, put on some rings, and put on my shit kickers. And I'll be right back. Like, that's what they did. That they activated the wrong parts. And now they're going to find out. Because so much shit, we're like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That doesn't concern me. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Oh, hey. Go back. What'd you say? Here's a tip. When a Gen Xer asks you to repeat yourself or says, did they just say what I think they said? Oh, you're in for it. Like, that's it. That's the tripwire. That's us giving you a chance to be like, no, you took that wrong. You better backtrack and make it convincing, because now I'm suspicious. And there's nothing worse than a Gen Xer who's suspicious, because we will hunt that shit down to the center of the earth. There is no rabbit hole deep enough to discard us. And we'll do it every time. And that's where we are. That's where we are. They did it to themselves. There, we were willing to put up with a certain amount of bullshit because we didn't want to be bothered. We're busy. The shit on TV and I got little league games and stuff like that. Like, I'm busy. And then they hit on the stuff that matters to us. Family. Getting pushed out of our own neighborhoods. Getting told that we're things that we're not. Most of the time you can say, oh, Gen X, but we don't care. Whatever. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. Like, we don't give a shit. But then you go calling us racist and saying that we're this and we're that. And it's like, wait. Because now you're putting this on me and making me look bad to my kids. And none of that is true. Like, you're making this shit up in your head to make my kids hate me. Like, purposely make my kids, you know how much work I put into these little sons of bitches? Like, no. I changed my entire personality. I had to learn how to be an adult for these kids because I was not meant to be an adult. I'm a Toys R Us kid, goddammit. But I learned to be an adult, and then you're going to tell me that I can't make decisions for them, and you're making them hate me because you're telling them that I'm somehow oppressing them and I'm abusing them. And no, it's called I'm parenting them. I know because I had to look it up because I didn't know what that was because I never experienced parenting before in my life. So I had to learn. But yeah, you're trying to turn my kids against me and see, no. No, you done fuck with the wrong one. And that's what they did. They went after the kids, and that's what started us on the what'd you say? Like, kind of road. So now we got a whole bunch of Gen Xers that are in charge of Homeland Security and the health. And I mean, Bobby's not technically Gen X, he's a boomer. But he's very, very cool. So he's like a boomer Gen X kind of thing. Like, he knows, he gets it. And he's a Kennedy, so more props for that. But I mean, we have them in charge of the FBI, in charge of the DOJ, in charge of the Pentagon, in charge of the military, in charge of like so many things where we were like, all right, you guys, you went and screwed around in all these things. You played with your lawyers, you played with your judges. You tried to do the whole not innocent until proven guilty kind of thing. We don't like them. So let's just say they did these things and hang them out to dry. We don't like that shit. We're all for the gossip. Love gossip. But you're not going to ruin somebody based on bullshit. We don't go for that. We really don't. And you don't go after the kids. And then you don't cover up for the people who are going after the kids, especially when these people live highfalutin lives thinking their shit don't stink. And these were people that we looked up to when we were parenting ourselves. How many of you are more offended by your childhood heroes wind up being degenerate, like pedophilic assholes, or at least enablers? The sense of betrayal that I get from that is off the charts. I mean, I'm already mad, but there's an additional layer of, how could you? I believed in you. Like, I had nobody to look up to when I was, like a kid because nobody was around, but I had you. That's why Mark Hamill really hurts me, because I genuinely loved the character of Luke Skywalker. And I mean, Star Wars was the only happy thing I had. And for him to turn around and be such a douchebag, really, dude? You're literally spouting out bullshit propaganda to my face and telling me I'm an idiot if I don't believe it. And I looked up to you. You were supposed to stand for something better. You're not that good of an actor. You're really not. You get paid to lie. And I have put so much of my life into your characters, and now you've tainted that character for me. You took away that joy from my childhood because you're a dick. And now for the rest of my life, I have to hate you. because that's how we're made. There is no there is no in between. We love you or we hate you. There's not a meh kind of thing. But I felt betrayed. I felt absolutely betrayed. And I have a right to feel that way? Maybe not, but that's how I felt. And then I just felt resentment and disgust. And that's where I'm kind of at now, just disgust, because I mean, I wouldn't pee on him, to put him out if he was on fire. Like, I'm so over him. Just seeing his face makes me want to break whatever's in my hand. I get full of rage. Because how dare you? How dare you use your platform to spout lies for the other side? Why? Because they paid you well and they continue to pay you well and they approve of whatever degenerate things you've been up to. Maybe they have blackmail on you. I don't know. Could be anything. But I feel betrayed. Like, who the hell are you? I say we get rid of all the fucking actors and actresses, because it's just make AI make the goddamn entertainment now, because the movies that these people are making are shit. We actually watched Aquaman 2, I know, but I was like, let's watch it. That was my fault. I'll take that one on the chin. It was full of Amber Heard. I hated that movie with such a passion, and it wasn't even a good movie. Half of it made no sense. And I'm sitting there going, I feel like I'm watching 8 movies that kind of got spliced together really badly. And she's everywhere with her horrible acting and the same kind of face. If she's not looking like she's smelling shit, she just looks angry. Those are her only 2 emotions. And it's just like, well, I mean, she is Amber Heard, so it makes sense. But, she's either angry or smelling shit. Yeah, that's it. Those are her acting chops. And I'm just like, really? The only thing I liked was the seahorse and the whole fucking thing. That was the only thing I liked, was the seahorse. It's like, oh, pretty. That was it. That was it. I was like, how many hundreds of millions did they spend on this movie? At this point, just get rid of all the actors and actresses and just have computer generated ones. Do like that damn Black Mirror. Just get their voice, get their image, and just let them do on there what you want them to do. And just pay the actor like a flat fee. Give them like, all right, I want your likeness rights for this movie. Here's $100,000. That's it. That's it. They don't have to show up. They just have to give their voice, and you probably have a file on it anyway. And just do the AI version, because all these actors are way overpaid and they get way too much clout and respect from people for shit that they didn't accomplish anything. Did you solve anything? Did you cure anything? Did you help anybody? Probably not. So why are we putting you up on a pedestal? Like, knock them off those pedestals, because they don't belong up there. And I ranted. Wolfram said, what I noticed about Trump's cabinet picks, how far behind? Oh, look at that. I'm an hour behind. What I noticed about Trump's cabinet picks, they're far more diverse and inclusive than the Dems claim to be. Absolutely. Male, female, black, white, Indian, like, it doesn't matter. There's all ethnicities. There's, both sexes, because there's only 2. Different demographics, backgrounds, like some are like city people, some were country people, some are literally like just military. And it's not just tokens. Everybody is more than capable at their positions. You're absolutely right, Wolfie. Absolutely right. These are people who are good at what they do and they care about what they do. Hell, most of them used to be Democrats. And they were like, no, see, I have to switch over because you no longer represent what I stand for. Our values are not the same. That's like trying to say that radical Islamists are the same as Muslims. They're not. Muslim people are there. It's a religion. They follow a very specific way of doing things. And a lot of them are the ones that I know were very respectful. They didn't want to push their religion on me. They didn't want to push their rules on me. They were very content in their own community. And then you see, like, in other places where they're taking over, those are not just your standard everyday Muslims. Those are radicalists. Those are fundamentalists. Those are people who have taken the religion and use it as an excuse to promote bad behavior and to be able to do bad things to other people and say, oh, Allah wished it. Like, no, you're missing the whole fucking point. And it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm itchy. Like I don't know, my neck is really, really itchy right now. It's driving me crazy. It's because I'm getting aggravated. Ellie said we didn't have encyclopedias, just a dictionary and a library card. Library used to be a safe haven. Yep. And our dictionary, what did we used to use our dictionary for? We had that big red fabric covered Merriam-Webster, and you used it to flatten things. That's because you didn't have to use that to look stuff up most of the time because we knew what fucking vocabulary was. But we used to use it to like press flowers, or if you had like, a receipt or something that you needed it to be straight, and like that rolling it on the side of the table didn't work, over the edge of the table to make it straight. Like if that didn't work, you'd put it in the dictionary or under the dictionary. Yeah, that's what we used it for. Basically like a press or a paperweight. But the Merriam-Webster was really, really good for flattening roses. They flattened really, really well in those. And I always had a pocket dictionary because I had it for school. That was one of my self buys. When I used to say, "Can I go to a bookstore?" That was the only thing I ever used to buy. Not dictionaries, just books. Books and records. That was it. I didn't need toys. I didn't need any of that stuff. We only had the first 2 cheap encyclopedias that they gave you to get you to buy the rest of them, right? Everybody had A and B. A, B, or you'd go for the next one and be like, oh, you want A? No, I need C and D. Or that's just like Columbia House. I mean, how many of us just, yeah, okay, 12 CDs for a penny, and just order it like 30 fucking times, and now you have a library. I remember the finger price. Finger prick with the baby tube that sucked up your blood. Yes, the little pipette. Yes, absolutely. They would take the lancet, and you were always like, ah! And they also had like, there was that little it was a disc, like a little plastic disc, and it had like 4 or 5 little lancets, little needle tips on it. And that was like, I don't know if it was like an allergy test or like a hemoglobin test. I don't know. But they would do that on your finger, like usually on your thumb or your middle finger. And it wasn't big. I mean, it was like smaller than your pinky nail, but it had like a bunch of the little needles on it. My doctor did that until I was like 5. And then he stopped. But I looked at my vaccination records. I think I got 4 or 5 shots as a kid, like total. Like not like 4 or 5 different kinds. It's 4 or 5 shots. That's it. Because I didn't go to the doctor after I was like in kindergarten until I went to high school, and I had to get the 10-year TB shot, like a TB booster, in like my sophomore year or something. But yeah, I never went to the doctor. The doctor came to the house twice, and that was only because I was ridiculously sick. But I never went to the doctor. I didn't even have a pediatrician after I was 5 because he was too far away. She was like, "Ah, screw that." If anything, I just went to the pharmacist. My girl would say, "Oh, you have a cold. Oh, your tonsils are swollen. Go to Stemple and talk to Stan and tell him that you have." And I would go and talk to the pharmacist, and he would go, "I'll be right back." He'd come back out with a little brown envelope, no bigger than a business card. And it had a bunch of like antibiotic in it, just penicillin or amoxicillin. And he would do, "Here, all right, it's $4. Okay." The most I ever spent on like an over the counter, like an actual like prescription that I didn't have a script for, that he just made it in the back was when I got really, really, really bad bronchitis. And I couldn't stop coughing, and it was lingering and lingering, and I couldn't sleep. And I was in like 6th grade, maybe. And my grandmother sent me to the pharmacist, and he gives me a bottle, brown bottle, no label. And he writes down on the paper bag that he's about to put it in, take at bed. And he looked at me and said, take it right before bed. Don't take it in the kitchen. Take it when you're in the bed. And I was like, all right. He didn't tell me what was in it. It was $11. And it was a big fucking bottle. It wasn't like one of those little like dime tap. No, this was like a pint of fucking, something. And I brought it home. My grandmother took one step. She goes, oh yeah, no, this will do. I found out later it was cough syrup with codeine. That's what they were giving me. They were like, here, just take a tablespoon while you're in bed, because within 2 minutes I was knocked the fuck out. But $11 for a big thing of cough suppressant with codeine in it. Not expectorant, cough suppressant, so that I could sleep. But yeah, I mean, but that's what we did. We didn't go to doctors. We didn't have any of that stuff. Like, I'm sure other people did, but it wasn't a thing. I was amazed when I had to go to the dentist, because that only happened if I had a toothache or a broken tooth. Like, people, they're like, oh, go get your teeth cleaned. And we didn't grow up like that. Like, we didn't have, like, we just didn't do that. You want to clean your teeth? There's a brush in the bathroom. Go. Floss. Eat an apple. You know how many times I was told, eat an apple, it cleans your teeth? Like, that's how I grew up. Remember when slides were metal? Oh, yes. You could burn your ass on them. You burnt your soul out of your body. Because how long, Ellie, how long were those slides? They weren't these short little shits like they have now. No, you had a 10 to 12 foot freaking metal slide that was narrow as shit on a really like steep incline. And when you hit that bottom, you weren't stopping. There was no gentle landing. No, you got stratosphere. Like, you just flew. But yeah. Do you remember the sound that you made if you were wearing shorts and you went down one of those slides? That's your skin you just left behind layers of skin. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Let's do it again. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. What happens if we do it on our stomachs this time? Head first. It was like, oh my God. And oh, it's snowy. Let's run up the slide. Sure. Okay. Why not? Hey, let's go tobogganing. Who wants to go sledding? Get the toboggan. How many people can we fit? I don't know. Let's try to fit 30. And then one person to run and push everybody. Everybody's like, all right, come on, jump, hop, come on, hop, hop, hop. Here we go. Everybody jump. And from the weight, because mass is important in a downward slope, it determines your velocity. Well, we didn't know that because we hadn't had that class yet. So 30 people on a toboggan, you're going down an icy fucking, probably about 45 to 60 degree incline, or a decline, I should say. And what's at the bottom? Highway. Lake. Oh, don't worry, the lake is frozen over, so you're good. But if you keep going across the lake, you're going to keep going. And what was our favorite thing? Look out! Like, that was it. Just get out of my fucking way. Oh my God. I'm having so much fun today. But yeah, the slides with the Sure, why not? Oh, let's go drink out of the hose and scald ourselves. Smart people let the hose run. Um, T-Rex said, I saw a meme on Facebook the other day. It was a picture of the old aluminum shiny metal slide, and the cap was, at some point in the past, an engineer decided they hate children and wanted to see them burn. I altered your thing because that made no sense. You need to sleep. Heidi said, went to the doctor only for temps over 101. That's right, 101.8. Annual checkup and medical meeting in my parents' house because oldest sister nearly died from a 103 temp. Yeah, when she was a toddler and dad was a single dad. Oh, yeah. But that was it. And do you remember having insurance? I just remember them being, send me the bill, doc. That was it. Elephant. All the old Jersey ladies sound the same according to Shelley. Raspy chain smokers. I mean, pretty much. Pretty much. I don't know any that sounded different. Vic's grandmother, Caroline. How you doing, darling? How you doing? Like, she was just louder than the rest. Yeah, then you have my mother, shout. But Pat, oh my God, doll, how you doing? Like, she had because she had a little bit Brooklyn in her. So she had a little bit different of an accent. But yeah, they were all, because they smoked all day long, all night long. There was no way I wasn't going to be a smoker. I was surrounded by nicotine and smoke my entire life. She smoked the whole time she was pregnant with me. She drank the whole time she was pregnant with me. Malt liquor at that for the hops, because apparently the barley and hops help your milk production. That's what the doctor told her. Yeah, whatever. So she did that. Every car you went into, you had 3 or 4 smokers at least, if you were in a family car. The windows didn't go up. Like, you didn't get to roll the window down. It's cold in here. Put those windows. Like, they smoked in school. They smoked in church. They smoked in hospitals. They smoked in the teacher's lounge. They smoked at the desk. They smoked in the office. Everybody freaking smoked. There was no way I was going to escape that. No fucking way. Decided he hated children. See, I interpreted it correctly. I got a few slide burns back then. Oh yeah. Do y'all remember you have a little bit of this soap to make the slide even faster? No, we had the thing called the slip and slide, which was really just a really extra long hefty bag or tarp that they rolled out and wet with water, and then you were supposed to go running at it and sliding all the way down, except there were no sides to it. And if you hit a rock or a divot in the grass, which you always did, you would go wildly off course. So you wouldn't make it to the end of the slip and slide. You would make it off to the side and knock out whoever was standing there and wind up in a bush or whatever. Like, just and let's do it again. We were all a bunch of ow, that hurt. Let me do it again. I'll get better. You remember getting your mouth washed out? Yeah, that I did. My grandmother was good at that. I didn't get my mouth washed out with soap. Instead, I got a drop of hot sauce on my phone for under my mouth. Really? You mean on your tongue? No, we had there was the red bar soap or the Irish Spring. To this day, I hate Irish Spring for that reason. But yeah, no, I got a mouthful of soap many fucking times. That's why I don't like cilantro. Because to me, it tastes like soap. It's reminiscent of, like, every time I eat cilantro, I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, what the fuck? That impersonation of Roz from Monsters Inc. comes to mind. God fucking damn. She kind of looked like her. God fucking damn, stupid phone and dictation. I know you're not good at it. It's all right. We love you anyway. Elephant said we were definitely middle class, but there were 9 of us, so lots of hand-me-downs, stretching the food budget. Thank God I was the oldest. No hand-me-downs, and most of the time I got my own room. Oh, that was good. Yeah, I was the only. But I wound up getting everybody's hand-me-downs, including like my uncle's. I got like his bedroom set or whatever. Like I never got anything new. Blame it on the phone. Yeah, I know, right? He's blaming it on the phone. Winning, calm down, T-Rex, before I put hot sauce on your phone. Hi, honey. How you doing? Ellie Fun said, yeah, I wasn't a bad kid. I was not heard or understood, so I called my mom a bitch for it. I mean, a lot of us. A lot of us. Hey, Shelly, I met this girl named Alexis the other day. She has a job in an apartment and had a car and can drive and is age appropriate. She's 30 with no kids. We're going to go out to a jazz club. Oh, you found a unicorn. Oh, my goodness. That's awesome. Oh, I wish you luck, babe. I wish you luck. And she currently has a car to be cleared. Damn it. I know. I knew what you meant. Ellie said, I was a latchkey kid after mom went back to work. Watch your brothers and sisters. Yeah, I wasn't a latchkey kid until I was 13. Once daddy died, and I had to take care of her. I was no longer a latchkey kid. I was the I was the leader in the house. I just got a text from my mother to end this and come outside. Okay, so let me wrap up. Would it surprise you that I was the one who always said, or else what? No, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Because I was the one, whenever my mother would say 3, 2, 1, I'd say, blast off. And I swear to God, the first time I said, I thought she was going to kill me, but daddy laughed. And after that, it was like, oh yeah, it's part of my routine. Like, I change it up now because she'll still do it. She'll go 3, 2, 1. I'm like, happy New Year. And she's like, shut up. I knew you were, but what am I? See, my cousin Mikey, who's also my brother, we're not going to go there. He used to use the catchphrase. He used to say, I'm a he, but you're an it. I never realized, like, it bothered me so much when he used to say that. And now it's like, oh, I bet he regrets saying that now. Bet he wouldn't say that shit now. He'd be like, no, it's some lefty bullshit. I'm not saying that. Because he's very much a Republican. Ellie, my firstborn and middle, smack dab in the middle of both siblings. Oh, your firstborn and middle. Jeez. Got hand-me-downs from the oldest and the youngest. Got them from us both 17 years between the oldest and youngest. Oh, that is a huge age gap. My kids are 11 years apart. Oh my God, movies. I miss working at Blockbuster for free rentals. You know, I miss having friends who worked in the movie theaters themselves because they would just open the exit door and let you in. And nobody ever checked your ticket once you were in. I had friends who were like, oh my God, we got to go to like concessions. Somebody's sneaking. Why? Are they going to say, I didn't see you coming through the door all the way down there? Like, they see 1,000 people in this place a day. You think they're going to remember if they sold you a ticket? They're at concessions. They don't give a fuck. He's making $5 an hour. He don't give a shit if you have a ticket or not. I miss the video rental stores. On a Friday night, you just walk around for like 2 hours looking at every single movie and just trying to decide and then praying they fucking have it. Oh, so funny. Oh my God, the roller rink. My mom used to drop me off every Saturday night to skate with my friends. I'll pick you up at blah, blah, blah. Yeah, my mother never picked me up. She'd say, just call me, collect. And, all right, I'm calling collect. What is your name? Pick me up at the McDonald's by the Sears. You have a collect call from pick me up by the McDonald's by the Sears. Would you like to accept? No, but I'll be there in 15 minutes. Like, it was... We had our workarounds. Anything to save a quarter. Man, it was like, really? I had to work around to save a quarter. Like, what, once a week? And now I pay, what, $130 for cell phones to have in my pocket all the time that drain me of all my time and energy. Like, I fucked up somewhere. Ellie fine. Later it was drop me off at the mall. I'll be back when the mall closes. Yep. They knew what time. Did you ever get dropped off before the mall opened, but Sears was open? And they would drop you off by like Sears or JCPenney? And say, just go in there and walk around for a half an hour till the rest of the mall opens. Okay. Can I have money for food court? No. Eat when you come home. You should have eaten before you went. My sister had an experience at the mall and rink. Yep. She ruined it for me. It was only one time a month, if that, for me once I got to a certain age. Aw. Life before cell phones, computers, and the internet. Yeah, you actually had to go out of your house and meet people. And we had party lines. We had stuff like that, but we were just better at living. Age gaps because my dad was 7 years older than my mom. Oh, she almost died having me. The doctors told her she wouldn't be able to have any more kids. What a surprise. I missed the merry-go-round. I think it was dangerous. It was my favorite, though. Remember when we had actual presidential fitness tests? Yes, they didn't tell us what that test was. They just used to just put us through the paces. But I mean, I remember when we had to, everybody remember laying down on the gym floor and in your spot, because you all had spots, and you had to hold your legs up, feet together, 6 inches off the ground with your hands on the floor and your shoulders down. And you couldn't try to hold your legs or whatever. And man, you knew, like, the first time, every September, it was like, oh God, please, I don't want to do this. Because you lift your feet off the ground 6 inches and your legs would just, and then the next day you'd be like, oh my God, why does my stomach hurt so bad? Or doing that first pull up. Oh, that was torture. Because you're poor, like your arms are just like, oh my God. The gym teachers were not gentle. They were savage. They're like, what the hell you been doing all summer, lard ass? You just been eating. Nobody knows how to exercise. Would it kill you kids to get up off the couch? And blah, blah. It was like, oh my God. Yeah, I heard the same crap from my mom about a kidnapper would return me after 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, I swear our moms knew each other. I swear. Shenny, it's... I had a glue gun, burnt my fingers every time. I still have a glue gun and burn my fingers every single time. Never fails. Does it stop me? Nope. You failed the fitness test. The running part, you weren't fast enough. I could not do the chin-ups. Couldn't do them. I just always lacked like arm strength like that. I could not do them. I could do as many sit-ups as you wanted me to do. I could do the leg thing. I could do the running, but the chin-ups, no. I could do push-ups, but not chin-ups. Our home swing set was in a sandbox. Yep. Sewing machine needle, carpet upholstery needles, injuries were a thing. Yes. How many people dropped pins on their, rug when they were learning how to make shit, and you just didn't find them till you stepped on them. All right, I'm coming. Jesus, they're yelling at me. All right, in my defense, I was a klutz as a kid. Weren't we all? All right, let's see. Taekwondo for me, for Heidi, because Dad was Little League with it and immersed with teaching at night. Oh, he was Little League with it. You mean Little in love with it? I fall upstairs. Yeah, so do I. That's a skill, just so you know. I hear you on feeling that betrayal from them, but then again, they're there to entertain and nothing else. Yeah, except they want to step out of that box and, pontificate to everybody. So they need to shut the fuck up. Actor is a professional liar, and in Latin, to drive cattle close, to move to do so. Explains lots. Flower pressing with the heavy as hell dictionaries. Yep. I wasn't allowed to watch hardly any TV growing up. I snuck it. That's why I have like bat ears, like why I hear everything, because I would have to listen to it super, super low and keep listening for anybody who was walking around to see if they were going to come. So I couldn't get caught. Oh my God. But yeah, that's why like my detection skills are like really, really good when it comes to hearing. But you could talk to me and I'll go, what? Because I'm not paying attention. I don't remember ever idolizing anybody in Hollywood. I did admire my grandmas and one of my aunts. Yeah, well, I mean, I had the thing with Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I was captivated by it. Oh my God, flashback. Slid down the stairs in the house on my stomach on purpose. Oh, hell yeah, of course you did. Did you ever try it with a piece of cardboard to see how fast you could go and then you hit the wall? I think most of us have done that. And if we haven't done it, our siblings have. Gravel skid marks and bedding. Yep, from not stopping after going down the slide. Yep. I still have scars on my knees. Yep. And not from fun stuff. Same here, lovely. Rug burns. Yep. Mom had insurance through teaching, but it hardly covered anything when I was young. They all had Blue Cross Blue Shield. You know that? Most of them, that was the only insurance you knew of. What do you have? Blue Cross Blue Shield. What do you have? Blue Cross Blue Shield. Everybody had Blue Cross Blue Shield. Mom had there you go. Gutter said it didn't kill you though, did it? No, but did you die? But did you die? Then I don't want to hear about it. Exactly. Yes, that Irish Spring was horrible. Dad's mom. Yeah. It was there was something about it. It would stick to your teeth long after you brushed it off your teeth. You could still feel the film of it. There would be like a little line of it like behind your teeth along the edge, and you just couldn't. And of course, it's where your tongue would touch all the time. That's why I hated the Irish Spring for that reason. It was so like cloying, like it literally clung to your teeth. I didn't get it for cursing. That I got hit in the mouth. Like I would get the backhand with the wedding ring, boom, and my lips would just bleed. But yeah, so I didn't curse as a kid. I didn't curse in front of my grandmother until I was like 25. Not gonna lie. I tried it once and she busted my both lips, top and bottom, and I didn't even see that bitch move. But no, it was the smart ass that used to get the soap put in my mouth, having to have the last word. Because she would, you always gotta have the last word. No, I don't. I can hear you. I don't care. I'd go all the way upstairs and she'd be like, and I'd go, and I heard that. No, you didn't. We could do that all day back and forth, me and my grandmother. But we were both Aries, born literally a week apart, like date wise. So it was just fire and fire, like just all day long, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It was a game for me, but I wouldn't give in. Oh, are you kidding me? I would rather like cut my throat than give in. Nasty stuff. Yeah, I used to help my mom count, pissed her up. Or I would correct my mother and go, that's not what I did. That's not what you're yelling at me for. Like, see, I'd fuck with my mother because she couldn't do shit to me. Because if she hit me, I'd tell grandma that she'd get hit. Now, grandma could hit me, so I didn't fuck with her. See how those rules change? My dad used my dad used wall sits and knuckle push-ups. No, God. I hated knuckle push-ups on the hard floor. Yeah. Or if you had to kneel on pencils or on rice, the raw rice. Oh, no, that was bad. That was bad. Hot sauce didn't work on me because I ate hot peppers for snacks. Nice, Frank. Like kimchi, so it didn't really work for me either. Yeah. Yep, those legless were killer, man. That and the burpees. First of all, I didn't know they were called burpees. And so when my son was telling me about them, like he was doing that, I was like, you're doing what now? I'm picturing him sitting in, gym just like all the fucking time. And I'm like, what? Why are you burping? He goes, no. Like he's like petting me like I'm stupid. He's like, burpees. I was like, show me. I was like, oh, we didn't have a name for it. I was like, they just told us just do this. And that was it. You know what that was called? It was called one of the many exercises in calisthenics. That's what we did. Calisthenics. It wasn't cardio. It wasn't, like we didn't do Zumba. We didn't like Pilates. It was calisthenics. Like you were going to the army. But we all did it. And when he did the burpee, I was like, I didn't know that's what it was called. I hated those. I was good at them, but God, I hated those because once I got to high school and I got boobs, it was a lot harder to do the burpees than it was flat chested. My dad told me everybody was all scared of the government spying on you back in the late 70s and early 80s. Now we're willingly pay our government to, put spy devices on top of, I know. We're addicted to them. Mm-hmm. Yay, Shelly's coming. Success. I mean, anyway. Remember the flexibility box thing, or you have to put your feet up against the back of it, then bend forward at your waist. We didn't have that. We didn't have gay shit like that. We had to fucking climb ropes and fuck. Like, we had balance beams. We always had months of gymnastics in school, at least in my school. Little league with it, I know, meaning a little league parent. Okay. If you didn't want to do the sport, you still had to, or face being berated. Yeah, I didn't have that. I wanted to do sports and they didn't want to show up, so I got pulled from everything. We used blankets, pillows, and clothes baskets to slide down the stairs. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then I got yelled at for it. My sister and I thought it would be a great idea to go down the stairs in a laundry basket. Yep. It was fun till my head put a hole in the drywall. Dad was pissed. Did you break the laundry basket? Because I'm pretty sure that your mom wouldn't have been happy about that one. I had my mother's ring imprinted in my lips for telling her to shut up. Once and only once. Once was all it took. We learned quick. That is one thing. We did not need repetitive corrective procedures. They gave you one shot and you were like, I ain't doing that shit again. Like, nope, not me. Not me. Oh, so much fun, Heidi. I'm sure I'd break now if I tried any of that shit. Yep. Cover them in pillowcases, or you get a sheet and put it. Oh, the best was if you had the tablecloth that was plastic on one side and the felt kind of like soft stuff on the inside. If you could turn that over and like you sat on the felty side and you just held it, woo, you could be airborne in seconds. It was great. Anyway, I was there for a little bit before we started here. There you go. Back you had to mod for DUI guy. You can go do whatever because I need to go eat. It is 5:00. I had a wonderful time with you guys. Thank you so much for coming by. And just remember, if you're Gen X or you love somebody who's Gen X, you're a lucky, lucky person. You are lucky, lucky, lucky. I love you guys. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you in the Funny Papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists and right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.